Hello everybody, welcome to this live stream. It's the morning. Let's turn the hype off here. We can't start with hype. There's no hype. If you're watching this, you've missed the live stream, so subscribe, all that lark, and then you'll actually see the live stream next time we're live. But you've missed it now. We're testing equipment out and it's just easy going. Is it Tuesday or Monday today? Feels like Tuesday. It is. It's Tuesday. Did stuff all over the weekend. I don't know what day of the week it is. I can never tell. They all kind of blend. Will it blend? They do all blend into a singular date, into a singular moment in time. I know my fish has fallen into my bowl. Let's see if YouTube's working here. It's unlisted. Why would it be unlisted? That's not what we want. Public, done, save. There we go. All those effervescent. It looks like urine. It actually looks like urine. One of those effervescent tablets. I quite like how they taste. I think it's a really bad way of getting vitamins though. Should probably just eat some vegetables, but I like how these taste. Right, I was going to try some LMU to begin things off here. Tom Jones, good morning. How's it going, man? It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Hello, Mark. How you doing? How's it going? Yep. Good morning. Is it a good morning? For many people, it's their last morning, which could be a good or bad thing, depending on how happy they are. Yeebis. Yeebis. Automotive Bobeluca Club. Right. Throttle. LMU. LMU. FFB down spiral. 20 years. What track's this? Monza, okay. Let's go for it. Join practice. Registreren. Registreren. Why is it? When did it start? Oh, it starts in okay. Let's just go for it. Should we do the Porsche? I thought no, we'll cheap. I mean, Corvette's quite nice, isn't it? Let's do the Ferrari. Registreren. Ich registrieren. That's my German accent. I'm working on it. Thoroughly ruined by sim racing. Leo, off to jail you go. Leo's life has been ruined by sim racing. Thanks for the titular warning. But anyone here's beyond saving, don't worry, I'm the Jesus Christ of sim rigs. And I will bless you and save you. I will lead you from temptation of load cell and deliver you from iRating. Blessed be. On earth as it is in Simrig. Give us our daily force feedback configuration. Forgive those that crash into us. That's a video. Sim Racing Lord's Prayer. Probably piss off the Christians. I could dress as Jesus and do Sim Racing's Lord's Prayer. And then the week after, we could do an Islamic version. We'll see which one gets us into the most trouble. Because oh, Chedhead, thanks for following. Some religions are less relaxed than others. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. 78 months. Holy Simrig. Church of Force feedback. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Hype level 1. And Link's 89. Which is the least chill religion? If you had to pick a religion, which is the most chill religion? I want to say Buddhism, but they do mental stuff. Least chill. It's hard to say, isn't it? Because there's been like Heaven's Gate. They all like. What about the Jim Jones cult? You know, so it's hard to pick the champion of the religions. Really, it's hard to know. You never chat. It's alright. It's good fun. Let's let this guy go past. Can you? I don't know if you can drive into people in the pit. Why GTE? I don't know. What was that?
I don't want to drink tea. Revolt against oppression.
Was that a donation or a sound alert or something? I don't know what happened there. So can I not see? What's going on here? Thank you very much. I don't know why that's not. Is the stream not running smooth? Oh, that's your sub anniversary. Oh, thank you. It's a bit delayed on the thing. Wow, this cold tires lock up easy on this. Ah! Okay. Thank you very much. Why does YouTube say not enough? Not enough. It's weird. That's flat spotted my tyres already. Well, looks like the data's going there. Maybe it's just a YouTube thing. Good morning. Gunhead, your new favourite sim. Oh, it's so much. I don't know what happened there. It's so much better than iRace. Holy God, we played iRacing GT3 car the other day, right? Right, the Ferrari GT3 car in iRacing is so bad. I kind of want to make a video about how low, like a thing on at what point, like what can sim developers get away with calling realistic, and does it matter? Where does realism matter? And then use the iRacing Ferrari as an example. I mean, it's all the GT cars in iRacing, but as an example of like clearly realism just is not important at all. Just not even vaguely important, because those cars do not drive like cars. Like you you could complain about ACC's braking and going, oh, the ABS is too good or too powerful or whatever. I'm sure you could complain about this, but they kind of still drive like cars. Like they you know, they're a bit weird. Same with like Race Room and AC1. They're a bit weird, but the iRacing GT3 cars are well beyond a bit weird, if you know what I mean. Like, I was genuinely surprised how bad they were. Like, as someone that plays a lot of simulators, and as someone that now I sort of don't care too much, you know, like, I'm like, well, they're all just different games, right? So I don't expect like the best out of Sims, because none of them really have the force feedback I want anyway. So it really does. Yeah, we're gonna get attacked again. I know yes, it's really strange. It is really, really weird with iRacing. Also, that iRacing themselves, the developers don't seem to care. I mean, they obviously are trying to make a good sim, but it's they obviously, I don't know what's going on. You can plug anything, Steve. First, you have to start the plug with, so I'm gay. So I'm gay. Have you seen my new LMU community? I'm gay. For context, guys, we were on a train, and this guy every time he started to point, he had to say, "I'm gay," for no reason. I'm never gonna forget that. Best thing ever. Yeah, I think Matt Malone quite likes slidey cars, like cars with too much power that makes the rear come out. I think that's... You think LMU uses periodic effects? I don't know what that means. Thrustmaster wheel, you got two options. No, so I don't know what that is. Like, so I imagine that's Thrustmaster and just naming stuff stupid. What it probably means by periodic is like a peak force feedback. So I don't know what that's about. .488 GT3 and iRacing made me deinstall the game. But I think the old Ferrari's a lot better than the newer one. I actually think iRacing's got worse, you know, like driving the F3 car, which is an older car. Sure, it's more slidey, but I think it actually drives better from a gameplay perspective. I think they've... Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, people are having fun playing it, so it doesn't really matter, does it? What's interesting, though, is... So most sim racers are playing iRacing, right? A lot of them are. Given how bad that is... why do other sims care about being more realistic outside of like the developer doing it for fun? It's really weird. Also, clearly there's a large number of people that think iRacing is realistic, so it's, you know, it's a marketing. So why bother with the R&D cost of actually making something realistic is a lot more than the advertising cost. So it's interesting. I just think it's a good example of the same issues that you face with other stuff. I do like Formula V. I think you can have a lot of fun in iRacing. You can have fun with F4, Formula Ford, Formula V, MX5. Live from Yorkshire. Yeah, I think LMU's got that sort of... so the character that real cars have is... It might not be as forgiving as what you have in LMU or AC or ACC, or, you know, there's differences. But real cars are actually quite forgiving. It's hard to drive a real car within like 5/10 of pace immediately in a short period of time. It's not hard to not spin in optimal conditions. This is something that a lot of sim racers I think still struggle with understanding. Can we turn the skid sound up on this? They still this game they really need to work out a skid thing. Like there's no warning for locking up at all. Okay, you can't turn the skid sounds up. Oh well. Oh, blessed be. Was that the membership? Delayed membership. I know what's going on. I know it's a sound alert. Thanks, Floydan. Yeah, no, I used to play R Factor 2. These GT. Oh, GT doesn't have ABS, does it? Try this out. Yeah, the one in AC1's even better still. R Factor 2 has some weird physics stuff in it. It's got some aspects of its tyres are really good. But then it also has... Oh, we didn't get to... It also has some, like, pretty weird... What time does this race start? Is it 25? Like, we joined the practice. Will it automatically put us in it? I played a lot of R Factor 2 when it first came out in, like, 2012. Oh, we have to loot. Okay. Yeah, LMU time mod is a lot better than iRacing, generally speaking. How do I find AC? I don't enjoy ACC. I just think the cars are really boring to drive. Yeah, R Factor 2 has a wider controllable slip. The Michi slip slide. So R Factor 2 and LMU have a quite a complex tyre model that's takes like ages to generate the tyre parameters because it builds like a virtual tyre, and then once that virtual tyre is generated, it creates they create a huge lookup table. So it basically stores the tyre data as a lookup table, so it can then run in real time. So when X situation happens in the sim, it goes, oh, what should the tyre do? But yeah, it's got R Factor 2 has a very complicated tyre model. But and LMU is the same physics engine. But the thing is, so it's the tyres are very hard to get right. Good that there's people in here this time. I don't know what we need to do with the car here. This is fixed setup. How much fuel do we need for the race? She sees the tire pressure thing. Oh dear. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus, the cold tyres lock up super easy on this. There's no feel for it as well. They really need to work on that. Yeah, it's just it's a bit stupid. Right, I need to adjust my pedal. Simax has already ruined your life. I don't know what percentage of input is the lockup point in this. I think it's probably like 70% or something. Obviously it depends what speed you're going at, but let's try that. What pedals am I using? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hello. Frank Zappa, thank you very much. 10 Canadian dollars.
2,
Thank you.
1, go!
We missed you, Mr. West. Great to see you back.
Glad to see you back. Thank you very much. Appreciate the appreciate that. It's like a full box. Oh, bloody hell. Now I need to change another setting on my wheel. Oh, dear. Okay, there we go. That's better. Well, great qualifying. We're ready. We're ready. How much fuel do I need for the Ferrari? The secret pressing. 36. Let's get in there. By the power of Hoyer, I'm going to channel Michu Hoyer's skills into me. I plugged a Hoover into his backside at Sim Formula Europe. He didn't realise, and I've stolen his skill. It was a little portable Hoover. Didn't realise. That was just after he come second place, and that's it. Now he's shit because I've stolen his skill. But that's what you get. What's going on here? Okay. Start. We're ready. We're ready to lose. Hang on. Why does it say split 1 of 2? Oh, okay. That's how many splits are in the whole thing. That's quite good. Yeah. Well, we're using completely different brake settings, and we've not even tried it. So this could end up being interesting in that I have no idea where this car locks up, and there's no force feedback for that, and I've just changed my pedal settings. So, well, you know, just like real GT3 driving, drivers pulled out because they're doing something else, and I've just been put in the car without any practice. Fortunately, most of GT3 drivers are terrible, so it's all right. I'd fit right into a GT3 field. This car doesn't have ABS, it's GTE. Well, we'll see what happens. Bon chance. What monitor am I using? LG C1 OLED still. 120 hertz. I really want to get a gaming monitor. I'm gonna have to put my hype. I'm putting my hype up to 2. Frank Zappa's very generous donation there. That's hype level 2. Thank you very much. Yeah, I really want to get a like a nice. I want to get a new monitor for my desk, and I quite like a smaller sim racing monitor that's higher hertz. But this is awesome what I've got. So.
Green flag, green flag.
I really want to be on the outside of this corner. Well, guys. Yeah, funny, I can't turn if I'm... What are they doing? Why did they not brake at all? Yeah, you can't turn your car if you're being driven into. It's surprising that. Well, my braking was fine. I hope that didn't count towards damage. Or like, you know, safety rating. I couldn't turn right because I was being pitted. I was trying to turn, but I was being pitted into the left. That's why we couldn't turn right. I had my wheel at like full... like a lock. Like if you can feel it through the force feedback if you've got productive steering or not. Oh, wow. That was nice of him. So, if that was iRacing, we'd probably be wrecked, so... shouldn't complain too much. Hello, Geronimo.
Lap 2:02.90.
It probably does, but I don't think anyone uses it. I always find with one thing with LMU is tighter corners at low speed, the car's reluctant to turn a bit more. Like at medium speed and at high speed it's really nice, but it's like the tyres at lower speed lose like their agility, if that makes sense. I think it's like a tyre model thing. Obviously GT3 cars aren't designed to do very tight turns, but you know what I mean, it's just a weird inconsistency. I have no idea where the brake points are, so I'm kind of I'm looking at the brake lights of the cars in front of us as a reference to be like, oh, that's where the braking. Okay, I mean, I loosely know it's like 150, 120 or so, probably, give or take. Maybe like around about 200 down the straight. This drives so much better than iRacing. It's actually hilarious. It's honestly ridiculous. Like, I mean, obviously it doesn't matter. You can play whatever you want, but how was iRacing not being like, oh shit, we really need to do something with their GT cars at least? Okay, I'm just not going to bother. I mean, the road was blocked. Okay, this car is behind us. I mean, I wanted to stay on the track, but there was no point. It's all right though. We should be okay. We just. Yeah, like if I actually tried to stay on the road, and then it's like, well, there's cars sideways. Unless we want to park. It doesn't make any sense. You're like. Keep forgetting these are GT3 cars. The car behind has to be like right on you for them to make a move, so there's no point in me defending that. I'm not sure what is locking up before rotating. What brake bias do you guys normally use on this? I feel like 50 is really bad, but the car's not turning. It's just locking up. Maybe the diff's really locked or something. It is. I'll put it on 50-50. Yeah, they probably do with more open diff coast and less open diff power. Well, missed the break point for that. Yeah, I think the fixed setup's just a bit understeering. I really like oversteery setup, so. A nice thing with oversteery car setup is, oh, death behind us. You can use the force of the rear rotating as a reference for where the grip is. I need to make a video about that. This is what I find weird with like driver coaches and esports stuff and all these guide videos on YouTube. I don't see people say stuff that's like the most useful and obvious stuff. The problem is I don't take sim racing that seriously, and I'm not pretentious. So if I do a video saying, "Oh, this is a really useful thing," people will just be like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Oh well. It's a pretty simple concept. It's just that if the rear tends to want to rotate, that obviously applies a force on the steering rack as soon as the back's coming out. So obviously there's a balance between how much you can do that before losing productive grip in braking and how much you can turn and brake and what have you. And, you know, you don't want too far brake bias to the back or too oversteering. But generally, more rotated cars are easier to drive in sims. You don't know what you're supposed to feel through your force feedback. You're supposed to feel your pain in your wallet from spending too much money on force feedback wheels. So the biggest things you're supposed to feel in force feedback, or that would be useful. So first thing is when you first turn in, there should be like a bit of resistance that gives you an idea of how much grip the tyres have. So when you first turn in, it should be quite hard to turn right. Like you should feel a force resisting the turn. Then if you're turning too hard, or you're on the brake too hard, or the front's losing grip, the force feedback should just get lighter, right? That's like probably one of the most useful parts of force feedback. then, well, probably second most useful for, most useful part when you can drive all right. Then the other thing you should feel is when the back of a car comes out, when the car starts to rotate from braking or too much throttle, you should basically feel the steering wheel turn the opposite direction. Like the wheel should automatically try and counter steer. And you should feel, it shouldn't just be like a binary. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's oversteering, so 100% the opposite direction. It should be like a gradual, like a range of force for you to then be able to go, oh, if I push the throttle harder, the back's going to come out even more. Oh, I'm going to hit him. I'm sorry. Mr. Braking, sorry. I'm such a noob. If I had voice chat, I could apologise to him. Well, not when it's being passed. You should feel it before that. So this is the misconception that a lot of people have with force feedback is that they think the steering should only get light once they've already gone over the front tyres. It's like, well, that's too late. That's useless. And the other thing is that people think that, oh, you should only have the counter steer once the back's really come out. It's like, no, that's actually useless. It's too late. You need a range of forces before things happen. That's the crux of good force feedback. And unfortunately, I say like 90% of sim racers don't seem to understand that. They just see it as the same as like audio or visuals. Stuff like tyre scrubbing. Well, the thing is, if the force feedback's already got light whilst you're turning, well, you know the tyre's going to be scrubbing anyway because they'll have lost some grip. So they're going to be scrubbing. But yeah, stuff like vibrations are useful for like if you've locked up, if you're pushing through a corner a lot, you'd expect a sort of vibration through the fronts. Like if you're like this type of corner here, not in this situation right now, but if you're pushing through front tyres on a lot of cars, even racing slicks, there's like this wobble sensation that in real cars. It's more road car tyres are crazy. They're like they're mental. The less stiff a tyre, the more they tend to wobble if you push them through understeer. Slicks are harder and the sidewall's harder, and they tend to not vibrate as much. But they still have in real life. There's still if you push through understeer, you still feel a sort of not maybe through the wheel, but you can feel stuff. So, but yeah, in a sim, AC1's understeer effect is quite good to add in. It's just a vibration that increases the more that you understeer. But that's not really, it's more just an immersive thing. Like, it's that the load of force is what's important. Too late. Alborg, thanks for following. Mitchie Hoyer! How's it going? I'm slip sliding. Guys, go and subscribe to Mitchie Hoyer. Give him a follow. He's a legend.
Okay, let's go.
Mitchie Slide Hoyer. Race Room is R3E. Why can't Sims do accurate speed simulation? Well, so they do, but what gives you the sensation of speed in a real car is things like the noise, the wind, the field of view. So the side of your eyes detect motion more than the centre of your eyes. if you're playing a driving simulator, you don't have any peripheral. Even in VR, it's quite limited. But a big thing with driving sims is that they don't do particularly detailed road textures, or it's hard to see the road texture details. And the stuff that's closest to the car is what gives the perception of speed. So, don't think it's going to work for you, mate. Please don't wreck me when you do. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I did not need to move over for him, but oh well. Yeah, well, so Burnout has a good sense of speed because it has a high field of view.
Time 152.05.
But that's more like that's just a one way of giving a sense of speed. I just broke where the Ferrari in front broke, but didn't seem to work too well. Oh, nasty butler. Yeah, the problem, Mitchie, the engine sounds in this game are so bad for like knowing when to shift from the audio. And I shift from the audio. I do not like having to memorise the shift from the bloody LED lights on the dash. The note of the engine in this sounds the same all through the RPMs. But yeah, so I shift on the yellow rather than the red. I did notice everyone catching up with us on the straights. I need a car engine where the engine's crying at me to change gear. That's how I know. I mean, good luck trying to go around the outside of that corner. So I'm shifting on the yellow light. Or on the third, as soon as it goes to the red. Is this guy just trying to wreck me? What is that? Well, he's just driven into me intentionally there. But you're not going to go around the outside of those corners.
Lap 151.53.
Yeah, well, he'll have to learn to deal with his road rage. It sounds like it's a problem with him, not with me. I mean, I wish this default set was a little bit more oversteery. I like to oversteer my cars through corners, not understeer them.
The pace car is out of control.
He just keeps driving into me. Well, why is he flashing? I'm driving perfectly normal. If the car in front locks up a bit, don't drive into the back of them. Take advantage of it and overtake them. This guy's just going to wreck me for sure. My car's not turning on the brake. Maybe he's using all his racecraft to press the flash button. It happens. I would have liked to have made that. Yeah, the car's just not rotating on the brake, so I've got no reference for when to brake. Let's just move it back and see what it's like. Let's put it on 47. I think the diff's just too... The diff coast is too locked on this default setup, so you just have to drive it accordingly. The problem is if you're using brake bias to get the rear to rotate, and the diff coast is too stiff, what you'll end up with is you just end up with snap oversteer at the point where the tyres lock or get close to locking. Maybe we can actually. Maybe 47's fine on this though. I like oversteer. That's actually a bit better. Should have done that earlier. Oh no! We almost could have got him back. We have one more lap, that'd be funny.
That time was a 1:52.74.
Do you have another lap? What? One lap to go? Oh, scammed. What's my thoughts on AMS2? It's alright, it's good fun. It's not, the handling's not very realistic, but it's good fun. It's like generally realistic, it's sort of simulatory. But, oh my goodness. This setup. Like, I'm trying to rotate the car and then it just turns off. Oh dear. Now the rears have gone. That's a good 360 no scope. Instant grip loss. Well, it's because I was on the brakes and we've moved the brake bias really far backwards. So, and then there's no force feedback for the point. Like, if you're braking, so if you set your brake bias quite far back, or you've got the back at that point where it's going to go, there's no like subtle force feedback for that point where you're like, oh, it's on edge for you to then counter steer it, if that makes sense, to balance that, or to balance the brake. So you have to just know beforehand. I mean, at least the cars in this do actually rotate compared to iRacing, and at least the force feedback in this isn't completely mental like iRacing. So, but yeah, I moved the brake bias too far back. I mean, really, I think with this, what it is that this fixed setup doesn't have enough diff coast for you to actually rotate it as much as I'd like to rotate it, and so basically you just have to drive within the confines of what the car can allow, which is quite an understeery setup. So you just have to brake sooner, and yeah. But so the reason why I don't like understeer is that it forces rote memorization driving in any sim. If you have an understeery setup, once a car's gone into understeer, if you've got an understeery setup, you can't do anything. Like, it's already gone into understeer. It's this problem with front-wheel drive cars as well. Like, front-wheel drive car, you can crank the steering and get on the throttle, but you're already in understeer. Whereas if you've got an oversteery setup, pushing the brake will rotate the rear more. Pushing the accelerator will rotate the rear more. And then if you do oversteer, you can counter steer, right? So an oversteery setup allows you to actually, it allows you to go into a corner a little bit too hot, and it's like, oh, I'm understeering a bit. I'm going to push more brake, and I'm going to use the rotation of the rear, like skiing a bit, to still make the corner. Or if you brake too hard at the start and you've got an oversteery setup, it's like, oh, the back's coming out because I've run out of grip, I broke too hard, or I'm braking with too much steering. But you can use that as a really good reference for how much grip the tyres have, and you just counter steer it. But this is why I think for that sort of oversteery thing, if a sim can't give you the detail through the steering rack, that's where like like our FFB's seat of the pants thing, that's where something like that comes in and is really useful. I mean, it's a bit, IRFFB is a bit over the top with that, but I think if this game had more detailed force feedback, it'd be absolutely ace. Because it's very easy to, like, the cars are actually very forgiving in this. Like, you can actually slide a lot, you can overdrive a lot and get away with it. They might do, yeah. They might do, Floyd. The thing is, yeah, at the moment with this sim, there's no feel for where lockup will be for braking, which you can kind of get around that through. Well, you can get around everything by just repeating stuff and memorizing what you can and can't do. But you can get around it with equipment a little bit, because you can set your pedal up in such a way that you can feel where the lockup point is, or you can limit the input if you wanted to, like the iRacing brake hack. It's not ideal, but you know. How do you not let sim racing ruin your life? It's too late. Yeah, so that, but to me, I think that's not. So I don't know if you guys done real driving, even just go-karting. You don't have to have completely memorized everything. Like, it's when you're braking. I guess most people have done go-karting, so it's a good reference, right? So mountain biking as well is the same. When you're braking in a go-kart on a bike, you don't have to brake. It's not based entirely off memory of what's going to happen based off how hard you're pushing the brake. It's based off what you're feeling at that point in time. Like you have a brake point and you're like, oh, I made it last time with the whatever you did. Okay, so it's probably going to work. But there is that point of like pushing it and you're like, oh, okay, I could have broke harder because I could feel that the tyres had more grip. Or it's when you start to get to the point where it's going to like rotate, or the tyres you're braking too hard for the tyres, you feel that, right? So you're then like, oh, okay. So I think you do need that in a sim. I mean, imagine if a mountain bike. Yeah, exactly. Imagine a mountain bike. If you had to ride a mountain bike with no feel for where the brakes start to where the tires will start to lock up and stuff. And like, to be fair, on a mountain bike, the road, the surface on a dirt path is so variable that sometimes it snags and then unsnags. But you can feel that. So you wouldn't be able to ride a bike if it had, like most racing sims, force feedback in braking, because you would lock up both wheels constantly, because you can't apply the same amount of brake force all the time. I guess you could just always really under brake, and then you'd be like, well, you know, there's enough margin. But yeah, what people do in sims is they play them a lot, and then they basically memorize how much brake pressure, where the brake point is, and the exact brake pressure, and then they're like, oh, it's okay now, I've learnt it, and then they're focusing on the lap time. But then what happens is they have to then, if they have to brake on the different position, so let's say it's 2 wide or 3 wide, or they're having to turn a bit more in the braking zone to avoid someone, they immediately wreck. because they're not, it's like, oh, they can't use their memorized thing. Why is this just why is that saving registered still? What's going on? We'd finished. Oh, here we go. Spa. Well, you can reduce brake pressure, but then if you reduce brake pressure, you will lose the initial part of brake performance, because generally speaking, you're not going to lock a car up at full. If you're going full speed into a tight corner, it's pretty hard to push a brake pedal. I mean, I don't know, in a sim it's probably possible, but like in a real car, it depends on the car, but it's quite hard for the wheel to lock up, because if you've got a car with downforce and you're at high speed, you have to think the friction that the tire has with the road would overcome the brake, like even the like the brake, whatever the brake can do. So that's why you tend to see more locking up happen at lower speed, because that's where the actual braking can overcome the grip of the tire. Yeah, you just set the brake point to like set. Depends on the car, between 65 and 75%, and then people would go in iRacing. They go, that makes you worse at driving. It's cheating, and it's like, well, yeah, but, and then they go, you lose performance, and it's like, well, but you can be in the top split in the top like 5 or 6 cars, and what's going to cost you more time? A random lockup once because you haven't memorized the brake point, or losing a fraction of initial brake performance. It's like, well, hang on, actually, you're better off not having a car that can like mentally insta-bin you. Michael Zur. The channel ruined your life. Oh well, that's what we're here for. Why can't I join? Why does it say event underway? What's going on here? Starts in 43 minutes. Oh, okay. Hang on. Why does it say Monza now? Is this broken? What is going on? I think it's drunk. Did we just miss it by like a fraction of a second? How do you do the LMP2 stuff? Is it this one? Oh, I can't do Circuit of the Americas. No, I didn't register. Keine registrieren. Can I do intermediate with B3? Well, there's no one in it anyway. No, I don't think there's any news from Slightly Mad Studios. Well, we'll keep doing this. One thing I've noticed as well, right, with Race Room, ACC, Evo, and LMU, if you want to get dynamic range from the force feedback, what little there is, you have to crank the force feedback up really high, and there should be a way to have it so that you don't need to. So like the initial, because like, you should be able to scale that information so that someone wouldn't need to crank the force feedback, and then lower end wheels would actually feel better. And I think Race Room tried to have that as an option, but I don't know how well it works. Oh, I'm going to change graphic settings on this actually. Well, the irony is, I think real GT cars actually have quite light force feedback because they've got power steering. I mean, I'm sure it can be set up to whatever the driver wants. Graphics. Yeah, I like detailed weak force feedback. I'm lazy. The CEOs won't. Well, the hardware companies are completely separate to the software companies. So the reality is the software companies don't have a lot of time. They're not big studios. They don't have huge budgets. So they're just trying to make a game that works. They're just trying to fix stuff and just make it work, basically. That's the reality. I think a lot of people don't understand that. Maybe I need to make a video about that. A lot of people don't seem to understand games development in the 99.9% of games development is there's not enough time and there's only 3 people that can do the job and there's too much that they have to do, and they can't do new features or add in stuff or make stuff better because they're too busy fixing all the broken stuff. So unfortunately, that's like saying the oil companies are, yeah, but you can't compare oil companies to sim racing developers. Also, the oil companies make money from the contracts that they lobby the government from, so they're connected financially, whereas a sim racing company does not make any money from the hardware companies. Like, there's no connection. Like, the hardware companies, well, there is a connection with like True Force and stuff, where a hardware company pays a sim company to put True Force in their game and stuff, like those sort of licensing things. But otherwise, no. And the harder force feedback thing wouldn't make any difference. Like that, it just wouldn't make any sense. So yeah, as I say, it's just that the sim devs are trying to do their best, and the problem is if you generate force feedback from the steering rack, as soon as you make tire model changes, it's then going to affect how the force feedback is, and sometimes you're not going to get any force feedback detail. We're moving dangerously close to politics. Not again. Yeah, but so the telemetry based, I need to get back to them. I did message V&M, or they messaged me. I'm so behind on like emails. I can't keep up. I'm too dumb. The thing with the V&M telemetry force feedback is it's a great idea, but they don't do. They're not. It's not like Simucube where you can generate your completely own force feedback. It's basically doing the same thing as the standard force feedback. It'll just be smoother. So, or it might be a little bit more detailed, but it's utterly marginal, as far as I can understand. So, Yeah, you know, all these things should all these sims should feel perfectly fine on a G25, really. You know. I can't find I'm trying to change graphic settings and I can't find the bloody game. It'd be nice if the inspector put the last game you played first. Maybe it did, but it's not got a name. Is OXD 806 is that Le Mans Ultimate? Is that what it comes up as? Let's just manually add it. There we go. Try this. If they don't have a chance that the universe can end, is it realistic? Are the Moses CRP2 load cells worth buying? I think Random Call Sign is using them and doing a review on them. They're probably fine, to be honest. I don't see why they wouldn't be okay. To be honest, most pedals are pretty good. V&M did their pedals for ages, though, didn't they? And they're kind of like I think they're a bit like VRS in that they're sort of mega hobbyist type people. You know, they're not like it's a sort of hardcore hobbyist type business. You've also Fanatec stuff, and they've always been nice, so then they're not evil. Small companies will only survive mostly if the people are buying are happy. Oh, Fanatec are evil. Like, I've met a lot of the people that work there. They're all evil. They're all really terrible people. Genuinely really bad people. Yeah, I guess if you're not around sim racing much, you don't meet people. Most of the people in sim racing are really nice. Because it's just nerds. Anyone that does sim racing was like bullied relentlessly from a young age. Right, let's try this now. I might try Porsche actually. Porsches rotate more, so let's give that a go. Nice pink. That looks nice. Registreren. What time is the race at? If I've just joined it now. Well, obviously, people that have bought stuff with my affiliate links don't have problems because all the stuff. If you use my affiliate link, it's always like higher grade material. With anything you buy with my affiliate link, it smells of tea as well, which is a bonus. See. Let's try this. Why are there still races from last week? Because they don't change on Monday, or I think they change. I don't know what date they change here. I think I prefer Porsches in general. Okay, this locks up. Oh, it's cold tyres. So I have to wait. Yeah, it might be the default setup, but the cars in this don't tend to want to rotate from the steering at low speed, or like the front at high speed. It's fine, but at lower speed, maybe it's just because the force feedback's dull. I don't know. Yeah, Porsches are what I normally go for in Sims because it's oversteer. Smiley, I think the point he was making is that you can't distill things into binary. That like you might have a company that might have more issues than another company on certain products at given points in time, but you can't just distill things into a single simplistic this is good, this is bad. I think that's the point. Unfortunately, I mean it'd be convenient if you could, but even with someone that's like evil, they sometimes do good things as well. Like, you could probably pick the worst politicians of time and they sometimes actually do some occasional good policy. So you'd be like, well, you have to, unfortunately, you have to take everything on an issue by issue basis. That's not to say that someone like Fanatec or some sim company doesn't have a statistically higher problem rate than another company, and the consumer should be aware of that. But it is to say that you can't just universally dismiss stuff, because that's not going to be the experience for everyone. It's just annoying how the world works, because if it was a lot more simple, it's exactly like driving on the racing line in the wet. A lot of sim racers are like, oh, you can't drive on that, it's too slippy because it's the racing line, and in the wet it's different. It's like, well, yeah, but it's not actually that simple. There are lots of scenarios and occasions where you would want to drive on it. Hello. Morning. I guess you could say that this channel is never entertaining though, so that's at least consistent. And sim racing is always torture, so that's good. Simon, who's driving it crash, continue to hate the rain. I quite like, so once you're rolling, the general sort of tyre behaviour in this, like this behaviour now, is really nice. No, it's super progressive, that bit of grip loss there.
That time was a 154.51.
They just need to get the force feedback better for braking and low speed. Oh yeah, every sim. Well, it's because of differences in simulators, suspension simulation, and actual curb height in different simulators. So, for example, the curbs on a lot of iRacing tracks are actually not 3D modelled. They are on the new ones. But the thing is, in real life, like, because I talked to quite a few real world drivers, there's quite a few tracks where they just really don't go on the curbs because there's a risk of damaging the under tray of the car, or the curbs are just really big. It depends on the curb, obviously, and the car that they're driving. But you can't necessarily attack all the curbs or not attack curbs. Do you know what I mean? It's quite complicated. Hello, Peter. Will this succeed ACC? Yeah, well, ACC is going to be killed by Evo, obviously. So ACC's just going to die out. You feel a bit lost after Evo. You put your eggs in that basket. Well, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I think Evo will end up being pretty good in the long run. To be honest, they're still working on like physics and a whole bunch of stuff. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll end up being better than ACC. I'm not sure about graphical performance, but generally I think it'll end up being better than ACC. I think the thing that we need is iRacing to actually make their tyres realistic, but there's no reason for them to, because most iRacers think it's fine. But they're trying. iRacing are constantly trying, but they don't seem to have been able to do it in 20 years, so. Yeah, I think Evo will end up alright in the long run. Like the people working on it are trying the best. But the problem with iRacing at the moment, especially its GT cars, is that they don't drive at all like cars. Like, honestly, you have to be on drugs if you think that those GT3 cars are like it's they're insane. They're so insane. Well, we were playing it the other day, and I was just like, I couldn't believe how bad it was. Like, AC1, AMS1, R-Factor 1, R-Factor 2, LMU, Race Room. Like, all of them are better, like by a massive margin.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal SM. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I'd say with the unfortunate thing with sim racing, the biggest thing that's unfortunate with sim racing is the lack of good quality single player and AI stuff, because at the moment, if you're reasonably good at driving, like slightly worse than me, so like okay at sim racing but not amazing, right? You are forced to have to race online if you want a realistic race, if that makes sense. Like there are no single player driving sims. Like nothing with like AI that doesn't have some very obviously stupid issues. All of them. Even like Grand Prix Legends has like the same slow down too much for some corners, artificially fast in some places. So it's a real shame, because there's a lot of sims out there where the content and the play is great, like GTR, Race Room, not Race Room, Race, GTR Evolution, GTR 2. I don't know, there's loads of them. There's loads of driving sims that actually, the R-Factor ones, they have perfectly fine physics. They're fun to drive. I think it's the brake bias lifter, the brake bias lever, Fran. It's actually my lucky charm. My lucky pool ball charm. When does the race start? I'm just practicing here. Why don't other sims just replicate it? Well, yeah, no, it is a hard problem, but it's also there's so many variables, and also you don't know what cheeky stuff a developer might have done. Yeah, but a physics engine is really hard to do. Like, you think about physics engines in other games, like ragdoll stuff, like Havoc and what have you. Think there's not many of them. Like there was a whole business. Do you know Grand Theft Auto? You know how all the characters in that way, when you knock them, all the animations. Like if you walk into a character, it will stumble or it'll fall down the stairs. It doesn't just completely ragdoll. It like they have like the animations, but then there's a whole physics form like animation, and Unreal Engine has this as well now. But that would be an entire company of like 30-40 people just developing that physics, right? Like Havoc was like 60 plus people, right? So you have to think a driving simulator is asking. It's not even just the artistic output. Isn't even. It doesn't need to just visually look good. They're trying to actually make it match with something that exists in real life. So, and the only people that work in driving sims are insane people. Like, if you don't know any physics programmers, they're all insane. So basically, when it comes to programmers, you can list them out in terms of insanity. So, like, your average kind of like tools programmer is normally pretty normal, like a pretty normal person with like basic communication skills, like a normal person, right? Gameplay programmer, like the people that do all the sort of this object needs to go here, this object needs to go there. You know, making sure the user interface all works. You know, all that kind of basic stuff. Object disappears, object moves, object is animated in this way, whatever. Those kind of programmers, again, pretty normal. But when you get to like, you then get like graphics, like the programmers that do graphics engines, right? And graphics programmers and shader programmers and stuff, right? They're insane. That like you have to be, your brain has to be wired like you have to be mental, because you just have to be able to do that. You have to be like a savant to a degree. And then physics programmers are some of the worst. It's a miracle that they can even like talk. Like people that do physics engines are, it's very rare that they function at all. They have to be fed with a spoon.
Lap 156.16.
It's because they're artists. It's like if you look at if you look at like really, really talented sculptors and stuff, they're mental. Like Van Gogh cutting his ear off. That's the type of people that they are. They're like artists. Yeah, this is sort of insane genius. Hyper focused. So yeah, and then even worse, they have to be car enthusiasts. So it's the worst. It'd be like catching tuberculosis and having AIDS at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Or like getting sunburnt and then a nuclear bomb goes off. It's a double combo. Getting food poisoning and then catching the flu. That's what it's like. Well, the key, when I've had to work with really good programmers, I don't try and communicate at their level. I just you have to manipulate them with like bribes. You just have to gradually bribe them into what you want them to do. You're one of those guys who spend hours on. That's just reshade virtual reality motorsports. That's nothing. I'm talking about the people that actually program stuff, not Reshade. Reshade is like play school. I'm talking about people that get off on like calculating God knows what. Morning, guys. I'm happy being a bit dim though myself. I think it's good being dim. Mind you, yeah. I think it's actually ideal. Like, one of the best things of getting COVID is I think it actually caused me brain damage, and I think it actually did help a little bit. Calculating the buffer sizes from the header. No, you have to think, if you're really dumb, so you basically need two personality types. You need to be dumb, but also like a positive person. If you're dumb and generally positive, everything will seem really good. If you're dumb and negative and fearful, that's a really bad way to live. That's how you end up being like a fascist or like a xenophobic and stuff. But if you're, let's say, if you're like dumb but quite positive and not fearful, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I've known some people as well, really nice people, and then they were genuinely really dumb as well. Like they I don't mean that in a mean way. They genuinely just they would admit it as well. They knew that they weren't that bright. Like there wasn't much going on behind the eyes, like you could tell, and I think they knew enough to know that they really didn't understand anything. But they were really nice, so it didn't matter. It's actually better. Like look at alpacas, look at goldfish. Whereas you have people that are like moderately intelligent. It's terrible because like it's worse than being like, if you're an absolute genius, you pass a threshold where you'd be like, oh, I understand, you know, you'd be like a really good stoic, and you would be like, oh, that's irrational. You've got the intelligence to manipulate how you think about stuff. You know, you'd be like, oh, okay, it's all right, whatever. You know, you think around it. You'd be able to think of a solution. But if you're like medium intelligence, you know enough to realise that you're screwed and you don't have a solution. So that's the worst place to be. No, I have plenty of Takaskamali. I have plenty of friends that are brighter than me. You know, I have. I know a lot of people that. It's not hard. But you'll have met people that are a bit dim but nice people, and there's nothing wrong with it. The problem is dim people that aren't nice. That's really dangerous. When's this race? Let's just quit this and have a look. Seems like nobody's driving the Porsche. 3 seconds off the pace. Did I register? Oh yeah, did I register to this? But I've got oh no, I am registered. So if you're registered but you join the practice, does it put you into the thing? It's in 12 minutes. Yeah. Dumb people that don't realise they're dumb and think they're intelligent, yeah. But that's it. I mean, anyone that's like medium IQ would immediately go, oh, you know, probably. Well, you just be like, oh, there's stuff I don't know about, right? I don't think you have to be that intelligent to realise that. Thomas.
Oh no.
42 months. Talking about dumb people, you have Thomas here. 46 months of tier 3 sub. So I mean, there you go. That is a good example of a deficiency of mental aptitude. Thank you very much. Oh no, so there's definitely though, I mean we said this before, it's really powerful to be a bit dumb, like be really quite dumb, but not realise it, and then people end up being quite successful because they they can't get self-fulfillment, so they end up doing quite well in business by being a bit stupid, because they wouldn't. Also, a lot of stuff in life is completely random, but if someone is like slightly intelligent, they start to think, oh, I can think through that, or I preemptively not do this because it seems like a bad idea, right? And they might be right statistically, they might have actually predicted it correctly. However, reality and other people are so stupid in general, or just so random, that actually doing the dumb thing on occasion can be massively the most beneficial thing. You know, so a dumb person would do that thing not thinking about it, being stupid, whereas an intelligent person would go, oh, I'm not doing that, that's too risky, that's really unlikely to work. But then on average the dumb people don't succeed, but 1 out of 100 complete morons ends up accidentally being successful. And there's a really good example of this. You see it in poker all the time. So in a poker tournament, so poker is a game of there's a high variance to it. I'll explain poker briefly. There's high variance to it, so you could play it very skillfully and still lose. You could play it badly and still win. It is still a skill game, but there's a tight margin for skill. Over a long period of time, if you play it in a skillful, mathematically proven way over a long period of time, you will win outright. However, you could be in a poker tournament and someone that's a complete idiot could turn up, and they could, whatever their cards were, it wouldn't matter. They could just go, oh, all in, all in, all in. And statistically, every tournament, 1 or 2 or 3 people out of the 200 entrants that were playing completely shit will still make it to the final table because they happen to just be really lucky. And when they went all in with the wrong cards, they just happen through dumb luck to win huge amounts of money, which then propels them up. So they end up doing way better than the vast majority of people that are actually playing the game skillfully. And the other part of that that's interesting, that really applies to real life, is that if you were to do that in like one of the really, really big poker tournaments, if you come in the top 5 of like one of the massive tournaments, you can win like £1 million, right? For example, by just being in the top 5, right? So if you just happen to dumb luck win that once, you can then enter 50, 100 more tournaments, which makes it more likely that you'll win those tournaments, even though you were always worse than the person that was playing properly. So this is the thing, and that's what happens in real life with a lot of dumb people that end up being very successful at business, because a lot of people start businesses, and average businesses do really well. There's a lot of people doing average business really well, and they're doing stuff right, and they're doing a good job, and it's great. However, you can end up with a small proportion of complete absolute idiots that are massively successful because they've done statistically very unlikely things to work out that end up working out, and then those people end up in positions of power due to how money works. So better to be lucky than good. Yeah, well, that's just life, isn't it? Unfortunately, a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people don't understand that. What I've just explained, which is a shame, really. People, when people have got lots of money, people just think, oh, well, they earned it, or they've done well. Oh, well. What can you do? Drink tea. That's it. That's all you got. When was the race? Was it at 1:45? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was at 1:45. I think schools should teach kids poker, because even if you don't enjoy it, it's a good it's a really good analogy for how capitalism operates and how money works, and also game theory and psychology and like statistics. You're trying to figure out how to get luck. Well, if you want to, the optimal thing to do would be to try to take part in as many things as possible that cost as little to take part in. So that would be if you've got something where statistically a positive thing can happen, well, you need to try and find a way to take part in as many things as possible. So it's like if you were trying to find a hot woman, right? If you sit on your computer, you're not likely to find a hot woman, right? Because you're never seeing them, right? If you're just staying in. But if you go to Germany on aeroplanes, there's hot German women on every aeroplane, and they're forced to talk to you. So, so the point is, what you do is you just it's just increasing odds, isn't it? Like, and eventually you come across someone with enough brain damage and vision impairment, and you're sorted. Or that's why nightclubs exist, because people are on drugs. They're like drunk. They don't know what they're doing, so it increases the odds. So it's the same with everything. Same with business. Just do lots of like random businesses. Like people I know that do business generally, like random business stuff. They do loads of stuff that's shit. Like most of it is complete shit, but then they luck out on like one thing, and it's often the thing that they thought was crap ends up being good. That's how reality is. Same with like YouTube videos. You could like be like, oh, I'm going to make a viral YouTube video, but if it doesn't work like that, you just upload random shit all the time. Eventually, something is like, people be like, oh, that's quite. They enjoy it. You can't predict it. So the mistake is trying to predict everything. Just do as much as possible, and eventually something probably works out, or doesn't, but probably will do. Oh, well, we might as well just go back to the menu. It's 5 minutes. Whew. That's my life advice. Well, the other advantage of just doing stuff is that you will get better at doing stuff. So it's like if someone was like, "Oh, I want to be an artist. I want to do drawing." Well, you could research drawing, great. But if you just start drawing and you just keep doing that, well, eventually you're going to get good at drawing, right? So like, even if none of your drawings sell. And even if everyone thinks what you're doing is shit for ages, ultimately you're still going to get better at it. Although saying that, look how long I've been sim racing. Look how bad we are. But generally speaking. Floyd app. Well, it is in some degrees, but the more predictable something is, the greater the likelihood that a giant corporation that's got departments dedicated to repeating stuff is already sapped all the value out of it. So, but even then, like the larger a company is, the more inertia it has to doing novel things. And the harder it is for communication through that business structure. So as an individual, you have very low inertia to try things out, and also if you're an individual, this is particularly for like creative projects or like stuff where you can do it yourself. You are in a position where you can start something and go, ah, shit, I'm going to start something else. Like obviously you could just keep doing that and never do anything. So it's good to like try and actually finish things. But the ability to be able to go, right, no, I'm totally changing the direction so that you're not wasting time going down a direction that is crap. That is something that large companies really, really struggle with, because there's so much inertia to like someone identifies that this product is a wrong way of doing it. Oh, but they have to tell this other person who's heavily invested in it being successful because they said it would be to this other person who needs it to be successful because they got the budget for that year, and then it needs to be done in that year anyway because the budget's already been allocated, you know. So that's why independent small businesses, that's a big advantage they have. Welcome to business lessons on the Don't sue me when you go out of business, though, guys. Just if you listen to what I say. Well, also another big advantage that small independent businesses and individuals doing creative projects have is that you might not have an actual defined goal in mind, whereas if you've got a large corporate entity, they have to develop a specific product, right? Because it all has to go through meetings and they have to all decide the resources and how it's going to go, and so they have a defined product goal generally, whereas if you're doing something on your own, you might not actually have a defined product goal. So you could be trying to develop something at any one point in time, but at any one point in time you might actually realize, oh, hang on, actually, this would make more sense to be used for something totally different, and then you can go, well, yeah, let's use what we've done here for this completely different thing, and it can be easier to do that. So like with music, basically, if you're making a song, you might accidentally load in a synthesizer, or you might accidentally come up with a riff or something, or accidentally do something that just sounds way better, or a completely different feel to what you were actually trying to achieve originally, and well, you could just go with that and produce a much better song that you've accidentally stumbled on. Whereas if you were commissioned by a games company to make the soundtrack for their video game, they need a spooky sound for the spooky level, right? You can't just go, oh, hang on, I've just come up with a techno banger. Sorry, no spooky level for you. So that sort of thing's quite a powerful thing for individuals. Is everyone taking notes? This is the kind of stuff you get taught after spending multiple thousands of pounds on a business degree. I'm giving it away for free, guys. Well, not for the people that are channel members, but or the people that donated. Great information. What a place of knowledge and sim racing despair. I keep doing that. I feel like that should go back in the menu, and if they want to, I feel like, I don't know if this is too hard for them to redesign this. Are any of the LMU developers watching the stream? It's probably too late now, but like, if this was moved to the right and then there was an X on the left and the X sent you back to the main menu and this made you go back to the previous option, that would be really good. That'd be much better UI design, but it's probably not that easy to do because they'd have to replace it on every single that would probably take someone like 2 days to do, just that stupid little change. But that's a good tip. UI tip from Gamer Muscle. I'm full of all the good advice. Come to me for the tips. PG tips. Free advice. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people do. The cold tyres. Man, I need to turn my heating off. I might open the window, get some fresh air. Ah! Oh, that was practice, alright. I was wondering why there was no one on the track. Right, let's go. It's qualifying on an empty track. Wait at pit exit. Oh, okay. I quite like that, actually. Having a pit exit light. Woo! The R Factor 2 Marshall animations. Oh yeah, every time. Up. Is that because the tyres were still warm from the initial lockup? That's weird. That's almost iRacing-esque. I don't think that would happen. Let's let this yeah, well, cold tyres are slippy, but the way driving sims do cold tyres is not really what cold tyres are like. This Porsche drive's more fun than the Ferrari, I think. More oversteer. Always need the oversteer. So doing a little bit more oversteer would be nice. Right, so that corner is a good example of where iRacing is totally bollocks. Using the momentum of the previous corner and then a bit of extra turning to like push the car into a tighter angle through the follow-up corner. In iRacing, your car would just be on rails. Like you'd have to. Also, you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to use the brake to. It's so weird. Thanks for subscribing, Der Cosmin. Appreciate the sub. YouTube subscriber captured.
That time was a 151.13.
Right, so I feel like I need tighter steering, like faster steering. Oh no! Oh, we got away with it. I was going to say that's a normal line to do. I'm alright. Steve, how's it going? Thanks. Hope you're good as well. Thanks for subscribing, Vito. Welcome. What a pleasant surprise. An unpleasant surprise. I know we're in Michi Hoyer's sim. My shirt's ironing itself as I drive. Mitchie was in chat. Go and subscribe to Mitchie, guys, if you haven't. He might be a bit quiet. He might be an e-sportler, but he's a ledge.
Time 150.38.
Mitchie's a hot hamburger. Oh, do we get to finish this lap? Slidey back? Yeah, but real cars are quite slidey. So, in a sense, in some ways they are, in some ways they're not. I mean, what's the alternative for GT3 cars or GTE? iRacing is not even in the ballpark of how cars drive at all. AC1's really good, I think. AMS2 again is like just mental. That's just, I don't know what's going on with AMS2. It's fun, but it's weird. Basically, AC1's the only option, but can you race that online? Not really. So, I mean, you know. You say very light cars. What do you mean by that? Go and watch some like GTE and GT3 onboards. The cars are really nimble. Are you just repeating what James Baldwin has said? I've noticed a lot of people do this. Unfortunately, James Baldwin, he doesn't do it on purpose, right? But what he does do, here we go. Game of Muscles criticism of James Baldwin. I'm right on this, so I can say it, right? He will say something like, he will say, oh, GT3 cars are very heavy, and this simulator, the car feels heavy. And then he'll leave it at that, right? And the problem is, he's not wrong, obviously, but the problem is, it's like, yeah, a GT3 car, compared to a Formula car, is obviously like really heavy and cumbersome, and yeah, like a real driver would really notice those differences. Obviously, with the real cars, that is a really big difference. However, a sim racer watching his content that doesn't know anything about real cars whatsoever takes what he says to like the absolute extreme with no like contextualization, because he doesn't provide any contextualization to what he's saying. He just says like really vague stuff that is not untrue, but it's only ever going to be received in like a completely weird, disingenuous way by the viewer. Like so if he says, "Oh, the cars are really heavy," and that's the real cars are heavy, so that's nice. But it's like, well, okay, so cranked up force feedback in iRacing is great then, because that makes the cars feel heavy, or ACC's great because the cars are reluctant to move around in many ways. So the problem is you like real GT3 cars are still like mentally nimble compared to what you get in a lot of the simulators, because the tyres are just really real life physics are really dynamic. Like if I was to like a passenger jet, for example, in real life still moves around quite a bit compared to Sims where it flies like an absolute brick, right? But this is the problem when you have real drivers that they say these statements that actually are really misleading to people that don't have the full context of what's being said. And the real driver doesn't actually say more context, because then they would inevitably be slagging off the game and the players of that game. Which is a bit unfortunate.
Green flag. Green flag.
Ah, no! I was too busy getting fuel in my car. Thought I had long. It's alright. We'll start at the back. I have this. Did it on purpose to avoid the crash, guys. We could do it a bit longer for the start of the race. Bloody hell. It's fine. But yeah, like, it's really weird. The fact is, a lot of real-world drivers, they can't say actual critical... Why is the force feedback so weak? They can't say... it's fucking hell because the tyres are cold. They can't say actual critical things because they're too worried about upsetting people or not coming across as, like, not being agreeable. So... they end up actually not saying anything that's really of value, but then for some reason people watch the videos and they're like, "Oh, that's so good." It's like, but they didn't say anything. They really didn't say anything. You just fancy them because they're a real driver. It's so dumb. Sim racers, guys. And then, right, and a good example of a real driver that did call out Sims is like what's his the GT3 driver, the Viking guy. What's his name? Yeah, Nicky Tim. Yeah, exactly. And look how much backlash he got from iRacers. And then also the IndyCar drivers that were like they were just like, "Oh, guys, this is absolute shit. This is absolute shit." Which, to be fair, I think that's on the extreme of going. Yeah, I think there is a balance between. You have to identify that it is a simulator and not real life, and obviously it's difficult to make simulators. So I think there is a balance, but it seems like we don't get the balance from real drivers. They're either totally anodyne and say nothing of value at all publicly. Privately, they'll say a lot. They don't publicly say anything. Or you have real-world drivers that just hate simulators and will just slag off everything. James Baldwin doesn't. He's really good, really nice guy. Nothing wrong with him. I'm really happy what he's doing. I think it's great that he's doing more driving. He doesn't say anything in his videos, though. I've only watched like 2 of his videos, to be fair. But he's totally anodyne, which is fine, because why wouldn't you be? His career depends on being anodyne. He's so non-critical, which is fine. He doesn't have to be. But to claim that he's giving like in his videos, he's not giving feedback particularly. I'm sure he does privately, he will do, but the problem is I see tons of people repeating stuff that he said, which are nothing statements. They're just without any context, so that it just don't mean anything. This sim's good because the cars feel heavy. Don't mean anything. Oh dear. Oh well, I mean, you don't have to be a bloody genius to point out how bad the cars in iRacing are, though, do you? But fair enough. I'm not knocking him, though, to be clear, because this is the problem. If I say stuff like this, people then take it out of context and they go, "Oh, you Gaming Muscle hates on this person." It's like, well, no, that's not at all. I think it'd be interesting to see what the new cars are like. But yeah, I mean, if I was wanted to be like an esports driver or did real world driving, you just wouldn't say anything critical. You have to put everything into a shit sandwich, don't you? And you'd have to be as anodyne as possible so that you've got a sort of get out of jail card. So you just always say stuff in a way where potentially you could be saying completely the opposite, or you could potentially just say, wow, you know, it's just a subjective view. Because the moment that this is the same with anything in life. It's good, more business advice, guys. If you want to be liked, if that's your goal, is to be liked or just to like make money and things, only ever say stuff that's like could be interpreted in either way, and also could be interpreted as you just going, oh, that's my subjective view. Even if it's something that's categorically an actual objective statement, if you frame it all in a sort of purview of subjectivity, it will make you very likable, and it'll be, you know, no one can pin you down on anything you're saying. Subscribe to unsubscribe. Yeah, exactly. That's just my subjective view on how to be liked. I just think if you think something, say what you bloody think. Don't be a wimp. Don't be like. I understand why people don't want to be direct. So there's multiple angles to it. One is they don't want to come across as potentially being offensive or upsetting people, or telling people what they like is not good. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of positive reasons why people do it. But at the same time, it's like it's actually easier, even if you're right or wrong, it doesn't really matter. It's easier, it's better if people are just a bit more direct. So, like, let's say, I don't know, there's people out there that really like iRacing GT3 cars. If they just say, oh, I really love the Ferrari in iRacing GT3 because I like how grippy it feels, or I like this handling dynamic, and for me that's really good. Fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, or they go, or if they were to say, I don't know. It's for like, they might find the LMU cars too seemingly too slidey or whatever, or this could be a real driver saying this or whatever. So just say what they think. Like this whole, the whole sort of mega anodyne, afraid to actually speak their mind type thing is just a bit sad, to be honest. You see it in so much business and sports stuff and corporate things. People just don't want to potentially lose sponsors and things.
But I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the.
Oh, no review for the tube. Don't get sick.
Of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I think this Porsche, for me, this is a lot more fun to drive than the Ferrari. Yeah, I got pretty sick from Maastricht, so... Yeah, I just think that the thing is, there's this massive inconsistency, right? I don't think anyone should believe anything I say. I want everyone to think I'm an idiot and to be really critical of anything I say. I don't want to have any credibility. People should be like, oh, there's that idiot saying shit, I don't trust what he says. I don't want anybody to trust what I say. I want people to be like, oh, well, what did he actually say? What points has he made? And do I agree with the specific points, the components of what he said? Or why do I think he's maybe come to those conclusions? Or why do my views differ from those views, and for what reasons, right? I don't want... So for me, I think it's better for people to think I'm a complete idiot. And maybe I am. I don't care, right? It doesn't matter. But the weird inconsistency is like, if as soon as someone's like done some race driving or as a race driver, sim racers just turn off their critical thinking and are completely unaware of the biases that real drivers will have. And also, real drivers imagine stuff that's in sims that's not there. Because if you do a real world activity, you can test this yourself. Go out and ride a mountain bike and then play a mountain bike game. It will feel more realistic in some ways because your brain fills in the gaps. I'll go to just walk around a real racetrack in real life, one that you've played in a sim, and then go and play it in the sim again after having walked around. Don't even have to be on the racetrack, just go to it in real life. The sim will seem more like, the graphics will seem better, or like you're imagining all the infield details that the game does not actually have. Like, since I went to Monza in real life, I know what all these grandstands on the left are like. I know what the lights are like. I know there's a park on the left. I know there's these weird, like, half tree dog, not dog, like water troughs. There was a dog drinking from it. I think they're for people. You know, I know there's like some weird infield structures. I know the old oval track. So there's all these things that I wouldn't have known about unless I'd actually physically been there. I know it's right next in the town, right? So that makes it seem, since I've been to the track, this is the same with Spa and Brands Hatch and Donington, those tracks to me when I play them in Sims feel more realistic. But they're not, it's just that I've been there, so my brain's filling in details, right? And that's what happens if you do real activities. Like when I first flew a plane and then played flight simulators, you start to like, you imbue it with more than that's potentially actually there. So, but so you need to be critical of anything, really. Like all stuff, you should be critical and actually think about it. And you can't just de facto go, oh well, I like this person, so therefore what they say is all like gospel. Be off the scale. Hello, Yokin. Hello, guys. How's everyone doing? You drove around Bathurst, you got the Civic felt well. Yeah, no, I want to make a video about this because again, it's another thing that I've not seen anyone else talk about. Boy, I'm so glad we started from the pit lane. It's really helped the race. Yeah. Someone in a video was complaining about the name tags on the cars. I think they look pretty nice. Don't think they're obnoxious. They're not obnoxious. It's quite hard to read the name, but I think they've done a good job of the name tags, to be honest. I never complain about anything because I think complaining is fundamentally not constructive. Unless you're in the position to fix it, you shouldn't complain. That's my view. Morad's full of it. I like Morad. Don't be mean to people. This is the problem. I wouldn't say Morad is full of it, and I wouldn't say that for any other people. Like, you have to keep in mind that other people might have different focuses in what they're doing as well. And also, a lot of it isn't from a sort of manipulative perspective. They're just trying to be positive. You know, they're just trying to do a certain type of content presentation. So, don't be so I know a lot of these people. They're nice people. Like, well, the time I spent with Morad, not that long in real life, but he's really nice. So. Same with James Baldwin, like really friendly, put up talk. Like if anyone would put up talking to me for like a few hours, then you know, you must be like, you have to be like nice to a degree, because like I would slap myself. I wouldn't put up with me, to be honest. do you know what I mean? So. Yeah, well, you might just have a bias, but that's the point I'm making is the issue isn't with individual content creators. I would like them to be more critical, personally, but the complaint I have is when sim races in general tend to be selectively critical, and the allure, the argument from authority of a real driver tends to be like one of the most powerful things for most sim races, where they completely turn their brain off and then they'll just lap it up, which is fine. Like, if you enjoy that, fine. The problem is they then repeat exactly what sometimes they've even misinterpreted it, but they then repeat it over and over again. And so unfortunately, because I do videos and live streaming, I see a lot of comments, obviously, on my content. So I see these. I know some of these other content creators, and I've watched some of their stuff, so I know what they've said. And then I see the thing come up over and over and over again. And it might even be on stuff that's correct. So like Niels Housenveld's throttle pedal. His throttle pedal obsession, right? For example, nobody really cares about that in sim racing. Most people, because they can't drive to a degree where that actually really affects them in many ways, right? So they just wouldn't notice. I didn't notice because I don't drive particularly well, right? And you're normally not driving road cars, and you know. So, I mean, I think I started to notice it more when I was 100% in AC and you know, doing some stuff more seriously. But point is, 99% of sim racers just wouldn't notice it, really. They might notice it subconsciously, but you know what I mean. Anyway, Niels is right in what he's saying, or it seems right. I think his argument's correct. I don't know enough to really dispute it either way, but it seems correct, seems reasonable, and he's presented it very nicely, right? However, most people don't care, but they then see that thing and then they just repeat it over and over again. And I'm not that clever. I'm sort of like average, right? And if I'm like sort of somewhat doubting stuff, I'm like, well, I'm not doubting it, but you know what I mean? I don't really know either way to a big degree. Then it's really weird when I see a whole cohort of people just like pile on with something that they've just seen and they're repeating.
0.87.
Well, I tell you what tends to happen with driving sims, and all of us do this. I do this. You will tend to latch on to a specific aspect of the physics that you happen to enjoy, or a specific aspect of the force feedback, or the content, or whatever. So then that specific thing you really enjoy in one of the sims, obviously, inevitably, will be lacking in other simulators, and maybe even no other simulator has it. And the result ends up being that you would then be like, well, all the other simulators are terrible because they don't do that specific thing that I particularly look at. And I think that's a very common thing in sim racing that you have to really catch yourself doing. So like for me, for a long time, it was like force feedback. Like I couldn't drive other sims at all that didn't have the detailed force feedback. I couldn't drive them at all. Well, now I've learnt to drive simulators that have piss poor force feedback. I still complain about it, but I can play them at least. Well, I've learnt to get used to GT3 cars. I really don't think they're the best cars for racing. Well, well, maybe your critique of Morad's fine, but I think you can be critical of their actions and say you think that's inconsistent of them, but it doesn't. It's not a reflection of them as a person, if that makes sense. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like you'd have to. The productive thing to do would be to pull out a specific example and then explain why you agree or disagree with that specific example. So, what started this conversation was the thing I was saying where James Baldwin, in his Evo, he did an Evo video and he had a specific example of the force feedback not having much detail. And then he was like, well, we don't feel much in the real car. Yeah, obviously, but you feel it through your body. But he didn't then explain why that's, you know, the force feedback argument that I make. That I think a real driver should probably actually explain that as well. But fine, you don't have to mention that. But then he said, oh, it's really heavy and GT2 and GT cars are heavy. But the point was he didn't explain it in a greater context. It's like, well, you know, he doesn't have to. So the thing that I was pointing to is that I think that someone should try and explain, if they're going to make a critical comment, it can't all be framed positively. It should be framed either neutrally or with a greater context of detail. Like you have to, if you're talking about something that most people haven't done, so like if you're a real driver, or you do a real activity, flying a real plane, and if I was to fly a light aircraft and I was to say, oh, it's really nimble, and people have only played flight sims, I've not really explained anything. there's no contextual information there. So to explain something, you have to. So when I flew the Cessna, for example, the real aircraft feels like you're driving a van or something, but in the air. Like it's super stable, it's buffeted about by the wind, but it's you draw in a comparison with something else that's relative, that gives someone that's not done the real thing an idea of what it's like. So I would imagine most people would think a light aircraft is super duper like crazy, hard to fly, you know, oh my god. I'd imagine most people would make that assumption, and therefore, in order to paint the experiential picture of what a real Cessna is like, I would say the plane drives like a van in real life, or like a family car, but in the air, and it's super stable. Assuming it's not a really windy, turbulent day, but in good conditions, it's super stable, super predictable to fly. You can hold the yoke. It goes where you point it. It's really obvious. You know, and therefore, if I was to be playing a flight simulator where a plane is like, I'd be like, well, yeah, clearly, the real life plane is just a lot more stable, and you know, so that's explained somewhat. You don't have to have flown the Cessna to listen to what I've just said to understand contextually what I'm getting at. Whereas if I just said, oh, it flies easy. It's light. You'd be like, well, what's the point in saying that? Helicopters are hard. Well, it depends what you mean by hard. Helicopters are perfect. Yeah, I mean, well, we've had this conversation before. The difficulty of aircraft is more to do with like awareness, talking to air traffic control, following procedure, being aware of other aircraft, being aware of where you could potentially land, accommodating other aircraft, being aware of weather, planning your route, planning your fuel, planning the weather conditions, having alternate plans if the weather conditions change. That's the hard part of flying, not unless you're really bad at like basic stuff. Flying a plane, a small plane, is not really crazy. They're like designed to be flown, surprisingly. Have we just missed it? Oh no. What's going on here? It stays registered and then we can't actually get into this other one. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was surprised that everyone survived that, Jared. It's pretty crazy. It stayed intact, which is pretty good. Right, I'm going to get a cup of tea. Be back in a second, guys. Woo! How's everyone doing? Click that like button if you hate my face. I think, on the topic of hating real world drivers, I think they should all be banned from simulators. Like, if you have the luck or the wealth or the ability to drive real race cars, yeah, that's it. Get out of sim racing. Like, just keep doing the real thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like those bloody astronauts. They come back from space and they're like, oh, I was floating in space. Oh, I had to use a special toilet in space. It's like, well, good for you. I can't go to space. Get out of Kerbal Space Program. Well, I just think like yeah, you're doing the real thing. You can afford it. You're not welcome anymore. We're not welcome. Us lowly peasants are not welcome in the real cars. Can't afford it. So I think it's only fair. The moment you drive a proper race prepped car, the moment you do a real race, like an actual proper race, not a test, an actual race, I think you should be banned from sims. Because we're banned from real racing. I don't think that's unfair. Well, Swolio thinks iRacing's good, so I don't know what's wrong with him. Because he can drive well. Swolio needs to apologise to everyone for saying that iRacing's good. No, Jimmy can do real driving, yeah. He's only done once he's done a bigger race, he's doing really well. He could just do videos on real life though, which there aren't that many of. So do that. I don't think that's unfair. I think I would rather see, personally, I really like seeing, I'd much rather watch like Jimmy Super GT doing real world stuff. To be honest, because I don't do it, so it's interesting. Hello. Is this fixed setup, this one? Yeah. Oh no. What do I bloody change? Virtual energy? Oh yeah. Bloody hell. Turning circle. Cross-channel ferry steering on this. Oh my goodness. Hello? What kind of steering is that? Oh my goodness. We need to make the steering faster on this. This is terrible. Oh my god. It's not a cold tire. Well, maybe it is. I think the cold tire's a bit weird in this, but... Come on! It's turns on the brakes. It's just this. It's turn on the steering. Freezer wheels. Yeah, we accidentally put ice blocks on. we put wooden wheels on this. Only on the front. The rear wheels are all right. Front wheels are just wooden bricks. I'm driving a horse and cart. Just the rims. How much fuel do we need for the race? Trackmania is awesome. They got worse though. Trackmania Sunrise was the best one. Stadium was good, but Sunrise was so nice. It looked amazing. Also, the graphics engine, super impressive when it came out. But it was one of the first games to have Star Force copy protection on it, which was really funny because there was a bug that if you had, I think it's if you had a Corsair keyboard, it would bloody not load because of the Star Force copy protection. And we had legit versions of it because it came out when I was at uni in halls, and we all wanted to play it, but we couldn't get it to work properly, even though we had legit, because this was kind of before Steam was totally ubiquitous for everything. Yeah, Rennsport actually has really nice track models. This car sounds like a refrigerator. This car sounds terrible. I miss the boxes.
Lap 2:23.6.
The big boxes, and then having the manual. But that's not even. So that's like 90s, like Atari, like ST, Amiga, Commodore. You'd have loads of different shaped boxes as well. So, yeah, it was around about 2004. We went to the DVD cases. It was like, was it the PS3? No, yeah, or was it PS2? I don't know. It's I think it might have been PS2 actually. Was what got rid of the boxes. Well, I mean, still had boxes, but they were like the DVD boxes. Yeah, PS2, because the GameCube had the DVD boxes as well. It's a shame this lap won't count. So. Thanks for clicking the like button, guys. Yeah, I like the PS1. Yeah, they were quite fragile and cracked easy. Yeah, yeah, they would break so easy, and also the little the plastic would get more fragile over time as well, especially the thing that held the CD in place. So you'd always have all these floating CDs. Man, we should just stick to the Porsche. Thanks, Edward. That's exactly what I needed. It's just what I needed. Right, how much fuel do we need for this? Oh, 1 minute 30. Bloody hell, we do not get long. How long is this race? How much fuel, guys? Oh, it's not gonna be 40 litres. Okay, that'll do. Fine. 1 minute. What I need faster steering, but for some reason, this is as fast as we can go. This doesn't actually work. Like if I turn it down, it doesn't get any faster. Well, we'll just go with it. Change my wheel rotation, but it's fine. Spa is the nicest track in real life that I've ever been to. To walk around, really nice. Belgian countryside's really nice there. That's the contradiction of Belgium. You've got Brussels Midi, Brussels, which is like the worst place I can imagine. Literal Half-Life 2 level in real life, and then you have Spa.
Formation lap has started.
Belgium has everything. Are we last? Oh. No, yeah, it's cool if you enjoy getting stabbed. Brussels Midi is so bad, so unbelievably bad as a station. What does out of line mean? I'm not out of line. Stop saying that I'm out of line.
Green flag, green flag.
I'm trying my best. You're calling me out of line like a Victorian head teacher. Thanks for driving into me. I mean, I could have gone a bit tighter through there. This car does not want to turn. Car behind's gone. What are you doing? Oh, the understeer, come on. We need more diff coast on these defaults. it's fixed out, but it's the diff coast is really stiff. A Corvette's kind of a bit like a BMW, a bit of a brick. The one in AC1's quite good, and there's an R Factor 2 Corvette that's quite fun. It's a bit stale in this. I mean, it's all right, but a bit. I need more oversteer. You can tell it's American. It doesn't go around corners. Corners? What are those?
2.08.
I don't know why American cars even bother with the steering wheel. Maybe that's why iRacing, the cars drive like they're on rails, because they're actually programmed without steering wheels. It all makes sense now. Come on, someone's knocking on my door. I can't get that. Why are you driving into me? To Symphonies. Right, if it's important, they'll knock even more. There we go.
That time was a 2:23.77.
Okay. Don't know what that is. I'll just go around the outside. Hello, free ride. How's it going? Hello, Enzo. No, I've heard of Keep Driving, but I've not played it. Well, that's a track cut. Didn't really gain much from it. We've got a big penalty. Force feedback setting tips. What wheel have you got? Just turn all the filters down on your wheel. The force feedback's a bit dull in LMU, so... We are closing in on the cars in front a bit. Stop playing Sims. Delete them all. Put them in the bin. We need to go fourth gear up the hill. The car seems to be bogging down. I'm carrying all you guys. You need to click the like button to give me extra power. Oh, I like Belgium, but Brussels Midi Station, I feel like I'm going to get murdered every time I'm there. So, I know I've lived in Middlesbrough for years. So, you know, if I'm feeling like I'm going to get murdered as someone that's literally being stalked, I mean, then, you know, it's probably pretty bad. Supposedly, if you look at the crime data for Brussels, it's not that bad. But it's intimidating. Yeah, not inside the station, but in the bus station. I think you'll get. I don't think you get murdered, but I think you get mugged outside of it, for sure. Well, maybe not me because I look like a skinhead, but like if you were. If you were like small, if you know, it's demeanour, isn't it? How you carry yourself makes it way more likely that you'll be attacked. Or if you're younger or a student or something, or you're flaunting like nice watches and phones and things. Paris is pretty bad, actually. Well, there's places everywhere. Like, it's not that Brussels Midi is necessarily that dangerous. It just feels dangerous. But Paris, I think, is pretty bad, generally speaking. There's parts of London, but it depends what you're doing. Like, if you're holding your phone out, or if you, where you are, who you're with, you know. Well, look. I do think with Brussels Midi Station, when you've got loads of police all wearing stab vests and carrying rifles, and then gangs of people going around, I think, to be fair, last year it feels like they might be making it slightly better each year. But when you have very obvious gangs of pickpockets going around, you have them in London as well, but you know. If something literally looks like a Half-Life 2 level, well, you'd be surprised. Like, it's if someone's got a knife in there within 2 meters, it's actually surprisingly difficult to stop them by shooting them. Also, most people don't shoot you; they might just have a knife, so you don't want to necessarily have to shoot them if you don't have to. So. Look, I mean, I've been to quite a few places, and Brussels Midi was stood out. You know, I've like been to cities across Europe. I would say Brussels and Paris stood out as being particularly bad and threatening. It's not about multiculturalism. Don't be a xenophobic dick. Like, that's such a dumb thing to say, virtual reality. You do realise that the issue is not multiculturalism, it's billionaires stealing wealth. There's plenty of wealth to go around to even accommodate people like immigration, but the wealth is not distributed. Don't be manipulated into being xenophobic. And I'm sure you're probably not racist, but like the point is that people have been manipulated so easily to point at like immigrants and it's different cultures. It's like, or is it the billionaires just hoarding all the wealth? Let's look on the chart here. Not to say that there are definitely issues of if you have a massive immigration policy and you put loads of non-wealthy immigrants into low economic areas that have massive cultural differences, obviously that's going to be a problem. So I'm not disputing that there's logistical thing, how things are processed. So that needs to be addressed 100%. That's a big thing that needs to be addressed. However, the fact is, on the scale of what needs sorting out, it's bloody billionaires and giant corporations not being appropriately taxed and appropriately managed. So imagine how much easier it would be to process immigration and house people and educate people if you had, you know, the wealth of a nation distributed. You hate everyone. Yeah, but the problem is by going, multiculturalism failed project, it's just playing into the sort of bullshit politics. It's not about being a commie. I'm actually quite a capitalist in some ways. I quite like some aspects of capitalism because I like gambling. But like a democratic socialist in many ways, but it's not really communism. It's like, here's a person that's eating 99.999% of the birthday cake at the birthday party. Let's all fight over this little crumb and blame the brown kid for wanting also to nibble at the crumb. It's like, hang on, isn't it the fat kid in the corner that's eating the entire cake that's the problem? I think it might be. Do you know what I mean? I think it might be the fat kid that's trying to make everyone hate the brown kid. Could be that they're trying to leverage tribalism and stupid parts of human behaviour so that people don't complain about the fatty eating all the cake. It's a metaphorical fatty, Uhtred. It's alright. Top fat shaming. No, look, if you're eating all the cake, I'm sorry, if you are morbidly obese and you're still eating 99.9% of the cake, that's not fat shaming. You have to stop eating the cake. That's just basic dietary. That's not fat shaming. Maybe the person shouldn't have 99.9% of the cake. If they just had like 20% of it, which would be more than what anyone else had, they might not be so fat, and then they'll be happier because they'll be able to move around. So it still works. It still works. Look, I'm a bit of a fatty, so it's all right. Oh, hang on. You paused my chat somehow. I don't know what causes that. There we go. Ah! Almost made me crash there.
The pace car is out of control.
Sneak back in front of him there. Got 1 minute left here. Yeah, it's really weird how easily people are being manipulated to fight over scraps rather than to be like, hang on, isn't it the person in the castle? Oh, look, these people are launching, they're launching themselves into bloody space. They're literally for a jolly. They're literally launching themselves into space for fun. I wonder if there's an issue of equality here. Oh, look, this one's bought an entire government. I wonder if there's a problem. No, can't. It's not that. It's not. That's not the problem. Don't be silly. It's those people with a different culture. It's all those different cultures. They're the problem. But why do you need to kick out immigrants? Like, what? I don't know why you have this weird xenophobic thing. I plan to be an immigrant. I'm going to go over to Germany at some point. I'm dependent on this immigration. We need, you know. How do you think I'm supposed to leave the UK? You just want to kick someone out. Oh dear. Oh, he's gone too deep. Can we capitalise? Woo! Drag race! Oh, I misshifted. The engine noise. I blame the engine there. Good race though. The engine noise in this game. So hard to tell when the gear shift's going to come in. It was good. It was a good attempted move, though. I can't think of another sim where I miss shift so often or don't shift at the right time. Maybe like put a tactile transducer on my arse so I can feel the vibration. that was alright. It was good fun racing. Ninth, not 7th, is it? Oh yeah, see what happened. It's probably a Jehovah's Witness.
The pace car is out of control.
Let's see what's going on here. Or it was something falling over, which happens. No, everything looks alright.
The pace car is out of control.
I've had the police knock on my door quite a few times and they go, "Did you see this?" And I'm like, "No, I do not go outside." "Did you notice anything strange?" No, I didn't. Because I was on my computer. Every time. After your initial... What? Did you ever... I thought I read that as testicle base shakers. Who doesn't like a testicle base shaker? Look, I like Belgium. Don't get me wrong. When I complain about Brussels, it's Brussels. It's like me complaining about Middlesbrough. I really like Belgium. I like people in Belgium. They're like grumpy. Belgians are like surprisingly British. They're just well, a lot. Obviously, not everyone. Everyone's different in a country, but there's a lot of very grumpy people. I quite like it. Yeah, there's like a sort of... There's just a grumpy... Like French are a little bit grumpy, but there's a kind of Belgian grumpy demeanour.
The pace car is out of control.
I quite like it. I find it quite homely. Oh, what's this? Hang on, we're still stuck in this previous one. No, you build your safety rating up in these daily races. You just do rookie races and they've got splits. Here we go. What car do we go with? No one's using a Porsche, so I'm... Oh. What is that? Is this just... This is GT3, isn't it? It's not GTE. Or is it? No, it's just GT3. They don't have a Porsche GT3 in this yet. I mean... From what I understand, the Ferrari's a little bit OP, which is probably good for me. I normally like McLarens because they're low to the ground, but I've never driven it in this, so I think I might. Hang on, what's this? What's the difference? I'll do it with the Ferrari. Yeah, it's a shame with the politics stuff that people will blame immigrants and stuff rather than billionaires. It's the degree to which like the mega wealthy, not even just people with like hundreds of millions, because that's a different category. There's like billionaires or people with like 500 million or whatever, or just people that own shitloads of assets, right? They are the ones that are causing the rise of the like fascists and the problems. It's not. And then, it's just so dumb. It's so dumb. This has happened over and over again through history. Like you can. It's just the problem is I know that it's stupid. I'm gonna have to sit here and we're gonna have to wait for World War III and a whole bunch, like millions of people are gonna die. For everyone to then be like, oh yeah, that was a bad idea. Why did we have a war? We probably shouldn't have done that. It's like, It's because the only thing that distributes the wealth is when there's a war and all the buildings are blown up and everyone's dead. But the problem is the technology's got better and better, so that another war, big wars now are going to be even worse. World War III's over. Well, we're still continuing, really, the stuff that started after World War II, really. It's the same sort of thing. Yeah, no. Well, obviously there's, but so what is a government? A government in a somewhat democratic society, a government is what's elected by the people. And then you have to go, well, how is what is elected? What causes it? Well, most people make election choices based off propaganda, right? Like the vast majority of people are not critically going through the policies of each candidate and their local region and then doing, or they have enough time anyway. I'm not knocking people that don't do the research. They don't have enough time, but they're not like going through like they're not studying geopolitics and reading a whole bunch of history books. And then most people are bollocksed from going to their job. They do the job and they're knackered. And they come home, it's like, the news comes on, and then the news just says the talking points that are defined mostly by media interest and business interest. So that does the talking points. Then obviously humans tend to default towards tribalism and overly simplistic views on things, and therefore things will just repeat over and over again. And so yeah, you can say, well, you blame the governments are to blame, but it's like, well, the reason the government's elected is because there's a lot of lobbying. So it does tend to come down to who has the most power. Generally, it's the people with the most amount of money have the most amount of power and influence, and they are the ones shaping the governments. So, I don't think you can just say, well, blame the government. It's billionaires. It's not hard. People can look back at medieval times and go, I wonder if the people in the castles had something to do with that. You can go back to the 1920s, 30s, 40s and go, yeah, it does look like there was a billionaire class that were responsible for a lot of these things. You can look at Japanese history and look at the super wealthy in Japan and the Japan invading China, and you go, why did they do this expansionary policy? Was it because the average Japanese person wanted to invade China and do all this shit and expand the army? No, they didn't. They just wanted to have sex with their wife or whatever. That was it, and have some children and live life and eat some food. That's what most people want. But it turns out greedy arseholes will, like always, sociopath greedy arseholes will ruin stuff. That's just what happens. Welcome to Humanity 101. Welcome to a nice positive live stream again. If governments were functioning properly, everyone would have DD wheels. It'd be the first law to pass. Hello, Paolo. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, we're not going to talk about Trump. Right. Olaf. Is that Olaf Scholz? From politics to race driving. Hello, Zabby. Right, how do we... The problem is, we can't increase our steering speed due to a bug. Speedy, you get a timeout for saying something completely fucking stupid. So put user in a timeout. There you go, 30 minutes. That's what you get. I'm sorry. No. That's it. there's a limit to how the idiocy that's permitted in the chat room. This is one of the worst times of day for LMU. Wait. Okay, like here. 2 laps. Right. Oh, there's 6 splits, which is good. Lola Ferrari for PM. Let's go. We might as well just wait for the practice to finish and then get a lap in here. It looks like people are going for the McLarens. They got bored of the Ferrari. I've just realised I'm the only person in the Ferrari. We should try the McLaren. Given that we're in split 3, I imagine... okay, you have to buy these other ones. That makes sense. Counter-Strike stream, yeah. I was playing Counter-Strike yesterday. It's good. It's terrible, but quite enjoyable. Yeah, they seem to be. Like when we've loaded this up, there's always people in it, which is good. Drive with a stripper on your lap challenge. Well, if it's a fine male stripper, yeah. That's what our viewers like to see. Right. So worlds feels like a very long pit lane. So this car's GT3. The other one we were driving was GTE. So this car has ABS on it. This is a good track for Americans. No corners. Well, a few. Whoops. Nailed it. Yeah, I think you get 1 lap. Maybe. What? Hello? I don't know what that was about. I mean, I know we went into the corner too hot and turned too much, but it was weird. Wow, Lobby, it's all about immersion. You've got to keep the realism up at all times. If you crash in the qualifying or the practice, someone comes and breaks your ankles with a sledgehammer. realism. Yeah, this is the standard UI. Well, I could do with the tyres biting the road a bit more so we can take a nice line through there. We need... All these default setups have really bad understeer. Like they just need... The diff coast needs to be like 30% more open. It's really hard to get the cars to turn through the corners off the power. Unless you're at high speed it's alright, but low speed they just don't want to go. And on the throttle it's not too bad. The thing is, there's this really bizarre myth that understeery setups are easier to drive, and it's just not the case. Like, this started like decades ago, and also because of road cars. No, if you move corners, Tim, if you move your brake bias forwards, no, you don't know what you're talking about. It's the opposite. The reason, yeah, people think understeery setups are easier because they're like, oh well, you're not going to lose the back of the car, so you know. But it's like, if someone doesn't have the skill to counter steer the back of the car stepping out, they shouldn't even be in a race, because it's not a particularly hard thing to do. It's like one of the most basic parts of driving, and you need to be able to do that to avoid crashes and stuff, right? Dan, you don't know what you're talking about. Guys, if you're going to type stuff in chat, make sure you know what you're talking about before you type. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so fair enough, there is like, you could have like crazy oversteer or mid-corner snap oversteer. That's obviously very difficult. But basic oversteer on braking or lift off oversteer, like what you get from a Porsche, as long as it's not like snap oversteer, it's just normal. It's just good. Oversteer setups make the car useless out of slow corners. You don't have much traction. No, but that would be from putting too much throttle on. So you just put less throttle on. Obviously, there's degrees. There's degrees to these things. So yeah, if you have like an esports oversteery setup, obviously that's not going to be good for like the vast majority of sim racers. We're not talking about that. I'm just saying, ideally, you'd probably want a neutral setup if you want it to be as accommodating as possible, because then that puts the emphasis on the driver having as much range as possible to be able to drive the car without the car inherently trying to spit them out. But there's a myth and a meme in sim racing that understeer, and it's in real life cars as well, that understeer is easier or safer. It's like, it's really not. Like Like they were just started understeering out of the corner, and I'm stuck. Just good 360 no scope. The meme, the myth, the legend. Did you like that? That's how you warm all four tyres up.
Out of control.
Well, that was good.
That time was a
What a great quali!
0.83.
We're fourth with a 360 no scope. Perfect. Perfect drive. How much fuel do we need? T sucks. I'll go in for 56, 57. I don't even know what we're doing. Let's say 57. Why not? No, let's not leave the game. 69
The
liters.
pace car is out of control.
Oh, I'm gonna trust you. I don't know why. Oh, I've got trust issues here. No, it's not bloody 69. It's not that long of a race. How much fuel do we need, guys? Oh, 69%. Okay. $55 liters. Okay. Got to wait for these guys to finish their lap. Oh dear. Which I might tweak a setting whilst we're here. Alright, give that a go. Maybe we could do some AC. I don't know. It depends how much energy we've got. There's power oversteer, mechanical oversteer, aero understeer. So blanket statements about understeer car versus oversteer. No, but if someone's playing a specific car and they're driving it at that point in time, and they say, "Oh, this car or this setup or how this car is driving is generally understeery," then yeah, it does make sense. And if someone's making an argument of cars generally being a car being generally understeery versus generally oversteery, that would be in consideration of the ARB, the downforce, the whatever, the diff. So it does make sense. Yeah, if you want to pin things down, you could be like, well, it's oversteery in this corner and not at speed, and not at low speed because it's a downforce thing, or a
Formation lab has started.
That'd be your argument would be like me saying, "Oh, you can't comment on how sweet a cake is because different cakes have different amount of sugar in them." It's like, well, no, the way language works and conversation works is you would be talking about the specific cake you're eating and the specific part of it. Out of line. You're out of line. Oh. I see what you're saying. Fair enough. I just assume you're talking to me. You have to at the person's name. You probably did, and I probably missed it. Yeah, the fact is, in real life though, generally, almost universally, an oversteery car, what most people would consider an oversteery car, will be faster. Assuming that the car is controllable by the driver, an oversteery car will be faster. A car that the driver can rotate more without losing it will be faster, because it will allow them to get on the throttle sooner and also apex tighter, and it will give them more control over the vehicle. The crux of it would be if they have control over it. So obviously there'll be a limit, but any like a really good rear-wheel driver, unless a car is fundamentally broken, or you're talking about a longer race, and so there's maybe some other considerations, or it's a team race, so you're having to accommodate multiple drivers. But in general, like if you were to look at esports setups, they will all be oversteery, because they will all want to be, as they will all have the skills to be able to handle monstrous, like ridiculously oversteering setups that you just never have with a real car. It's just it's being able to rotate the car. The more you can rotate the car, the sooner you can get on the power through a corner.
The pace car is out of control.
But that's all beside the point. You could probably have like in-depth setup debates. I don't care about it. I'm not that good at sim racing. The only point I would make, or was making, is that there's a meme that understeery setups are easier to drive, and the only scenario where that's the case is when people are using a gamepad and there's no counter steer assist, because you can't catch oversteer naturally with a gamepad due to the sensitivity of a gamepad. Well, you can, but it's very, very hard. So, but with a steering wheel, with force feedback, or with a gamepad with a game that's got good counter steer assist, no. So, but front wheel drive cars, again, you just turn the steering wheel and get on the throttle. But some people don't even realise you can do that. So they even make front wheel drive cars really understeery, which is weird. No, but that's broccoli. That's not true. That's the whole point. Understeery setups will actually make people crash. This is the meme. You've just repeated the BS meme. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Understeery setups will make people understeer off the track, understeer into other cars, brake and understeer into things. If they haven't got the skill to deal with very mild oversteer that you would get from a neutral setup, they can't drive in the first place and shouldn't be in a race with a car where they can't countersteer it. They should probably just be driving front wheel drive cars where they can just use the throttle to get out of oversteer. So that's the point. But this has been 15 years, this conversation, and it's never changed. Yeah, also, someone spinning is easier to avoid than someone just understeering. And then forcing a good driver to have an understeery setup means that you're forcing a good driver to not be able to avoid a lot of stuff, because if you've got an oversteery setup, if there's random shit in front of you, even when you're going through a corner like this, if something random happens, you can get on the throttle, you can get on the brake, and you can use the steering to avoid it. Fucking hell. If he'd have just kept sliding one way, we almost avoided that. See, perfect example. If I had more oversteer, we'd have been able to avoid that. What was he doing? What on earth was that guy doing? Yeah, good timing. Oh dear. Paid actor. How do you lose it there as well? Oh, I don't know. Oh, we got wonky steering now. Oh dear. God, didn't seem too bad. Oh yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't know about the brake and accelerator trick either, yeah. That's actually a good trick for gamepads as well. But if you do that, people think you're cheating. Even though it works in real cars as well, but don't tell people that. 20 years! Do I think LMU will be more popular than iRacing? I don't think so, no. I mean, maybe it could do in the sense if it's cheaper and more accessible. I mean, it already has way better physics for GT3 than iRacing, but then iRacing has more tracks, more players, bigger events. So, and iRacers don't realise. Well, a lot of iRacers know that iRacing has got terrible physics, but a lot of them don't know. Your average sim racer thinks iRacing is fine, so there's more options in iRacing. Yeah, I know, I'm leaning on my brake. I just changed some settings and I didn't put enough pressure on it at the start. Well, so you'd think that content variation would be important. It is to a degree, but actually most people don't have any free time to actually learn stuff, right? So weirdly, if you just had a GT3 game that was just Le Mans, this Le Mans track every hour, a lot of people would just play that. They'd be happy with that. You'd be surprised. It's like going back. People would just play SO City and Live for Speed for like years. That's all they would do. One track, one car. Because if you're there for the racing, it's not really about different cars and different tracks. It's about the race. It's like a tennis court does not need to be changed 100 times. Sure you have like a hard court and a grass court, but you don't really go, oh god, tennis is so boring because the tennis court's always the same. do you know what I mean? That's not really the most important part of it. So same with like football. It's like, well, you get different size football pitches and the stadiums are different, but the actual playing ground of a football pitch is the same, right? You don't go, oh god, boring football pitch. It's like, well, no, it's about the game that's taking place. This is another meme. I'm old, guys. Sorry for those of you that are not old. I've been subjected to sim racing idiocy for like 25 years. It's given me like an aneurysm. It's the same stupid shit for 25 years. Some stuff's great, but it's just really a shame that some really basic things, some really basic ideas have just never, like, people just don't get it. But yeah, like so as I say, you could literally just have a single track in a sim, or just 2 or 3 tracks. If the racing's good and you've got a ranking system, a lot of people really like that. Well, we nailed that corner. And that's not just me making it up. There's examples of people just doing bloody GT3 Spa in the original Assetto Corsa. That's all they would do. Or BLGP in Live for Speed. That's all they would do. Non-stop. I mean, I would do it. Foxcar, SO City chicane route. I almost failed my degree. I'd just be sat there playing Live for Speed. Ah, do another 10-minute race. Do another 10-minute race. Do another 10-minute race. Do another 10-minute race. So Counter-Strike. Most people play Dust 2. Rocket League has one layout. I mean, it had like 3 layouts, but they went back to 1 because they realised, oh, actually, people are playing it for the mechanics of the positioning, passing, like doing, you know, the actual mechanics. They're not playing it for the variety. Well, almost, because I did my I did my dissertation in like 24 hours. Genius. And I passed, so that's how you do it. 24-hour dissertation. That's before ChatGPT as well. Genius. You want to coach people how to be slower. Why does this game call weekly races dailies? I don't know. Maybe they're trying to bamboozle you. Yeah, Rocket League's awesome. Are you good at Rocket League, Tayson? We need to form a Rocket League team. Is it easier to feel understeer on LMU compared to iRacing? I think it's still pretty vague, but LMU has much more controllable slip. iRacing is really quite baked in its slip behaviour, and the physics in iRacing are just way more simplistic than LMU in many ways. Like on rails and then just goes into a sludge. So the difference isn't really necessarily the force feedback, it's just that iRacing's physics are complete shit. I mean, I like iRacing with the F4 cars, the Formula 4 lighter cars with downforce seems to fix the tyre model a bit. But GT3 cars in iRacing are so bad. I have a nice rounded, mild, anodyne view on this channel. I don't care about getting iRacers money. I've abandoned that cash cow years ago. Well, I say it how it is, guys. My views on iRacing have literally cost me many thousands of pounds, but it's the truth. So there you go. The truth is more important than money. Or is it? I don't know. Ooh. LMU should do a vintage selection of GT cars. Our steering wheel's at a right angle here. We're in 9th though, it's going alright. Thanks, Abby.
0.993.
Verstappen likes AC1 better than iRacing.
You can't trust Verstappen though, he's Dutch. He's on a sugar high from stroopwafels all the time. The worst. Yeah, no, I was thinking this. I agree with you. I think iRacing's actually got worse somehow. Like, in a sense, they've arguably improved the tyres in some ways, right? But I was driving the F3 car the other day, and it genuinely is, as a game, forget what's realistic or not.
Even F1.
The F3 car is better to drive than the newer cars. The old Radical, I mean, it's not realistic. The newer cars aren't realistic, so it doesn't matter. The older car, the Formula BMW 2.0, whatever it's called, they're all better than the newer cars. Like, in a sense, they are a little bit less forgiving, but ironically, they end up driving better. Now, iRacing's always been terrible. I've always been a hater of iRacing. I enjoy playing it. I find it really entertaining. It's fun with certain content in it, certain tracks. I still enjoy it. I think it's worth having, but you don't act like it's mental. It's still a fun game, but it is insane. Hello, Skybolt. You're a new racer telling me and you want help to understand something. You've come to the wrong place. Michi Hoyer is your guide to LMU. Michi Hoyer knows what he's talking about. I mean, unless it's something really basic. I can help you with basic stuff. I want controversial. I want views from controversial dumb opinion. You don't get views from that. I know you're joking, but it's funny, isn't it? It's like with a small niche, you get so much more money and subscribers and views by being anodyne, just massaging people's confirmation bias. Also, people just want to watch a live stream to feel happy, but they're not going to get that here. I was reading the chat! Guys, too long chat message and I forgot where I was on the corner. Oh, no. Oh, we're still working. I just have to... I was reading the chat. God damn it. Oh, have I fixed the steering? No. I might make it to the pit lane, though. Bloody hell. Feels like the front wheels are fully detached from the vehicle. Surprised braking works. Yeah, I thought the corner coming up was the follow-through corner. You feel like you're on the limit. How are people... well, they're probably actually braking later than you and trail braking. And probably actually, you're probably not on the limit. Like you might, so it's quite possible that you're on the limit of the grip for the lines that you're taking, but you're not on the limit for what is the actual racing line, if that makes sense. So, yeah, you could be on the limit for where you are, but that's not the right limit. That's quite a common thing. Actually, that's quite a common thing with better drivers. Like they're actually good drivers, they're just driving the wrong line. Did I miss the pit entry? No, I'm pretty sure we didn't. There's like two. Well, no, because there's been on the limit of grip and the limit of tyres, which is going to depend entirely on the corner radius that you're taking. And wait, you know, the key to being fast is that you're driving on the limit on the racing line. That's another thing that people get confused about when I explain the force feedback thing. That the thing with force feedback that's really detailed is it will make it easier for you to drive on the limit of available grip, but it won't magically make you fast unless you're doing that whilst actually on the racing line. So, if you're really far off the pace, it might be worth you watching some guide videos. Normally, typically, for someone that's reasonably within 3 seconds of track pace, normally the thing will be trail braking is quite a big one, or they're braking too soon, or they're going too hot into a corner. Because that costs a lot of time. So not trail braking, but also not leaning on the front tyres enough, like getting that balance just right. I know, Nasty Butler, there will be, because it's a big market. Yeah, lower TC could be a thing, but yeah, well, so another thing with braking is making sure that you're braking in a straight line at the start of the braking phase, so that you're actually using all 4 tyres to brake, rather than if you start turning, you're obviously the rear left and the front left are going to have more load on them than the right hand side of the car. So braking in a straight line and then transitioning from a straight braking into a trail braking, and then having a feel for how much you need to drive into the understeer and sort of preempt to carry the correct amount of speed through the corner. That's where the last sort of second will be. Yeah, well, I mean, setups that's setups. Triple screen or super ultra mega hyper widescreen? I mean, personally, I like just a normal single screen. It's good enough for me. I think I'd go for an ultra wide if it wasn't VR, just for simplicity. But triple screen does give you better visibility, and if you've got a dedicated sim rig, that can be quite good. You can turn the name tags off if you want, Steve. I don't mind them. How effective are setups? Once you're within like a second of pace, or even 2 seconds of pace, like outside of like baseline setups that, you know, the gearing's correct and stuff, and the basic car's correct, put that to one side. When you get to the last like second and a half, it's entirely set up. Like good driving, but like it depends on the sim as well though. But the problem is sprint racing, it magnifies it in some ways in the wrong way. Whereas a longer race, the setup might be changed for strategy and things. But yeah, it's really funny doing like we were doing Super Formula in iRacing quite a bit, and it was a really good, I don't think I recorded it, but it was a really good example of how sim racing can just turn into setup racing. Because I was doing like 12-hour races all week long, same car, same track, and you could literally see, because I got to a reasonable pace, so I was always in the top 6 or so cars, right, most of the time. Top 5, top 6 in the top split with that car on that track. It was when the car just came out as well, so people hadn't completely learnt it. And what you could see was, you could see who was running the VRS setup, who was running Craig's setup shop, and then about like 3 days into it, someone worked out like a weird an exploit with the front wing that made it faster when it probably shouldn't have. I think iRacing's fixed it now, but basically you could then see instantly all the cars that had got that set up and they would all be like half a second faster, and it was the drivers that weren't beforehand. So it was really interesting actually. But that's an unfortunate thing with sim racing, is it can just turn into setup racing at a higher level. Not even that high of a level though. What do you mean why? Well, what happens is once people have like basically nailed the brake points and got good trail braking through the corners, and also if you have a car with a bit of draft, it's going to be right, who can qualify first in the top 3 or 4. That gives you a huge advantage in all sims and all racing. And then it'll just be, well, this setup will categorically give you a 2 or 3 tenths faster lap time. so like it's just a, if someone doesn't have that, they don't have it, and it's not like they're going to be able to use skill. So there's this whole myth of oh well, you know, it's not setup, it's skill, and it's like, well, yeah, that is the case for longer races, and it is the case for fixed stuff, and there is obviously a big skill component, but in a sim that's static, it gets to a point where it comes down to being amazingly consistent, which is an incredible skill to have, but then having the setup that's a faster setup. Well, it's like Formula 1. At the end of the day, there are like 6 drivers at least that are probably quite comparable and probably could, give or take on a given day, win the race, right? But there's only 2 cars that could actually win the race from a technical perspective. So it doesn't matter. Like once you pass a certain threshold in car setup or actual car pace, it doesn't matter how good the drivers are. It's going to be down to that percentage of advantage that you get from the setup and the car. Obviously, this is all at high level stuff. If you're like 2K iRating, you're not at a level where it doesn't really matter. Assuming you've got a basic setup, you're at a level where your driving is so shit it doesn't make any difference. So. Right, well, we finished. Well, we finished in 10th despite having to pit for a week. Oh well. What's next? Why are you asking all these questions? Are you just typing random questions? Are you just going into Chat GPT? Right. I need to set up some recording stuff here. And open a window because it's boiling. Well, that went alright, considering the crash. I lost a load of safety rating from other people crashing. This is well harsh on the safety rating, this. Ah, no, I've been scammed. Guys, I've been scammed. It's a bit slow to update. Come on. Yes. I won. I won the game. Right. Be back in a second. Ah! Oh, I'm so dumb. Hello. I was like, oh, I've got another camera upstairs. I'll bring it down. I already had another camera on my rig. I've just forgotten. Already mounted. Got like 5 web cameras on this rig. It's a problem to have. First world problem. So many web cameras, you can't remember how many web cameras you've got. Oh dear. Let's try and get this. Hopefully this works. We shall see. Well, that didn't work. Oh. Weird. Oh well. Let's see if this works anyway. Ah, what's this for?
3, 2, 1, go!
Hang on.
Hello GM, hello chat. I'm happy to announce my sister is pregnant. I'm going to be a dad.
Thank you. What? What's 500 ARS? It's purple. Is that a ridiculous donation? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Are you part of a royal family? Thank you very much. Oh dear. How much is, what's an ARS? I don't know what an ARS is. Appreciate it. I have no idea what 500 ARS is. Is it like DRS? How much fuel do we need, guys, for this? Oh, we'll put like... It's not going to be 12 laps, is it? Argentina peso. Awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
The pace car is out of control.
Let's do 45 litres. It's not going to be 17 laps, though, is it? Oh, dear. We'll do 45, but this is totally messed up. Thank you very much. You can't even buy a loaf of bread. Well, I don't mind. It's good to me. Maybe it's a lot of money in Argentina. It's come up as a purple. It's a purple. Maybe that's a lot in Argentina. I don't mind. I appreciate the donation. A new Joffrey is born. Right. We're just going to go straight in. Well, so Live for Speed, you used to be able to just share the setups in the game, which was really good. But I think you should have a server where whoever's driving the fastest setup, or whatever the fastest time was, the setup should be shared. Like you can't hide it. It's like a default thing. I think that's fair. We're doing all right. Yeah, we're just trying stuff out. We're just waiting for the session to go in. We're going to start from the back and win, obviously. Top 10 setups. Yeah, iRacing does. They did add fixed setup races, which is quite good. They alternate every hour, which is quite good. That's something they did a few years ago. No time. $43.2 is the pace it. Well, that's on this split. But look how far off the pace people are. So this should be interesting. Normally, if people are like generally at pace, they'll be within like half a second, 7/10 minimum. And you tend to get like brackets in sim racing though, where you have like people that can drive, like they know the racing line, the corners, trail braking, and they'll be within 0.2 of each other. Then you tend to have like a big gap, the people that don't have the fundamental technique, and then another gap of the people that don't have the technique and haven't learnt the track. And normally there's like specific things for each car. Right, we're going for this. I'm ready. Equipment doesn't really make any difference, to be honest. Hello, hello, hello. Right. We just need to avoid other cars. There's a lot of crashing going on in this. It doesn't ruin your race though, so it doesn't really matter. It's more that you just, yeah, you lose a lot of points from a little touch.
Formation lap has started.
The depressed guy's talking. Formation lap. Why do I have this job? Formation lap. Poor guy. It's like Eeyore. Formation lap started. I don't even like racing. Why did I wake up? I really don't like this. Oh, but I have to say, because I've been told it's my job. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Green flag, green flag. Get ready for the punt. I'm ready for the punt. Ah, my brake! I'm sorry! My brake pedal. That was my fault. I've just been changing brake pedal settings, guys. No, it was my brake. I wasn't pushing it hard enough. Oh, dear. Sorry, guys. That was my fault. Do a few laps before you join a race after changing brake pedal settings.
It's just unreal when you wish yourself luck and then you hit people.
Well, also cold tyres and downhill apparently. I thought it would slow down a bit more, but yeah, we needed to brake a bit sooner for that. Oh dear, I've totally messed up my brake. Good. I thought that was a good move. Yeah.
Lap 2:03.53.
Oh, I've totally messed up my pedal. Whoops. It's a bit... It's great. It's great for braking. It's great for the first 40% of braking. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Huge error. I don't know what pedals I've got. Horrible. Horrible. We could be testing top secret equipment. No. Getting there. We need to. Oh my goodness. It's a good track, this. My driving's not. The track's good though. I would like to do a track day around here. It's a really good flowing track that's quite wide. But it also has a lot of runoff. So you can, you know what I mean? You could really push a car around here without worrying too much that you're going to drive it into a wall. Which is awesome. Ah! That's not the rate. That's not the way you're meant to be pointing. Ah! No, don't do Austin Powers driving there. Okay. Why is he just pulling over? He is, to be fair, I would do the same if I was confronted by myself. I would just drive into the wall. I'd rather be in control of my own demise. I am the danger. Safer than that 1970s helicopter, though, at least. Ah, the low speed. The low speed behaviour of this is a bit weird, I have to say. Like, the handling at speed is quite nice. I mean, you know, it's controllable, but there's a weird sloppiness at low speed. It's like you go into a different mode of physics. No, you shouldn't use the sensitivity setting with the DD wheel, because all it does is it just scales the force feedback, and which is useless. Like, it'll feel different, but it'll just remove dynamic range from the force feedback, if that makes sense. So it'll make the force feedback feel more abrupt and like more snappy for the rear coming out, but you can already feel all the information that's there without doing that if you have a 8 Nm or better DD wheel. But either way, it's not a good thing to do. It doesn't give you any new information. It's probably a good way of putting it. Sonic meets Mario? Are you kidding? I mean, as a cartoon character, yeah, but as a video game, Mario's got way better game mechanics. I worked out what the knocking noise was. It wasn't the door. It was a bottle falling into my sink. How dare you say Sonic's... excuse me. I've completed Sonic Pinball on the Sega Game Gear. Have you? Until you've completed Sonic 1, 2 and 3 and Sonic Pinball on the Sega Game Gear, you can't talk. I'm an expert on this. I've actually completed more Sonic games than I have Mario games. Completed Mario All-Stars, and that's Mario 1, 2 and 3, so... I've still not completed the new ones. I've not completed Mario 64 either. So I want to do that. The Mario games have really good game design. The new ones as well, really good. Really good graphics as well, actually. That's true. We're coming back. We're adapting like the Borg to incredibly bad brake settings that we set up. Monstrously bad brake pedal. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm locked up. We got away with it. It's all fine. It's all fine. Little flat spot. I just wanted to warm the tyres up a bit, guys. I was reading the comment there. Yeah, Sonic has really bad mechanics. Like, the level design is questionable as well. But it's a good... The graphics are nice and the music's really good. I think it runs a bit... Yeah, it runs better than ACC in VR. But it's still a little bit heavy. What a send. It's almost like he fears that I'm going to drive into him because I can't brake properly. And he would be correct. It is a good fear to have, I'll be honest. It's a healthy fear. I remember getting Sonic... What was it? The one on the Dreamcast. And apart from like the first few levels, when you go into the open world bit and you're like, it is terrible. I mean, the bit with the... Ah! You idiot! What an idiot. Like, why do I get penalised for that? Like, oh, God. What an idiot. I mean, that right there is bloody... Nothing I can do. F. Well, there goes some more safety rating. It's a shame this isn't Wreckfest. It would have been fun to smash him out of his cockpit onto the road and then run over his face. That's a feature that driving sims need. Wreckfest lawnmower physics. 90-degree rejoin. That was a textbook 90-degree rejoin. Well, Wreckfest 2 comes out next month, so it's all good. What is wrong with you guys? Jesus Christ! Just stay still until it's clear. Oh my goodness. I thought this was meant to be a simulator, not a mobile phone avoider game. Oh dear. Oh, for some reason my car doesn't want to turn. Could it be the fact that we've driven into 5 vehicles head on? Why are you driving into me? Oh, Wreckfest 1's really good. It's worth playing through the single player. It's good fun. It's the kind of game you can load up for like 10 minutes. Do a race. That's it. I think that's good. It's probably the most fun single player racing because so much stupid stuff happens with cars flying around and things. It's just fun. To be fair, that's why sim racers aren't allowed to play it. I think they're doing an early access mid next month, I think is the plan. Well, Wreckfest had those really fun like mini game modes that were really silly. Also had split screen, which is good. Yeah, flat out. Yeah, got me. Oh, might get another place. I will do. They're the company that makes it is like they're really good technical like engine company. That was the original. The original thing with the Next Car Game and Flat Out is that they built a new engine. Like, it's kind of their background as a company as well was doing their own tech, whereas Kunos are pretty new at doing that. Well, I mean, saying that, they did the original Kunos AC Netcar Pro stuff, but. No, I'm pretty sure it'll run pretty well because just the type of developer they are. Nice entry into that. That's how you drive a Porsche, guys. That's how you get more turn out of it. Imagine doing that in iRacing. Small moment. It might have looked like I was wildly out of control of the vehicle, but what was actually happening there is it's a very advanced way of warming up the tyres, which is something you often do towards the end of a race. Something I often do. But if you're new to sim racing, you might not understand that. So just helping you guys understand what's going on there. Missed to close the apex off after he got into it. Naughty. He left it open, and then he realised. He's lucky that I thought he might do that, and so we didn't plough him. I'll still plough him though. Here comes the plough. I think I was in there. I think he turned into us. Like he left the inside open. I don't think we punted ourselves through there. I think we were on the inside, and then he turned into us. That's what I'm going to go with in my head, so I don't feel bad. It was a nice move. I think he turned into us there. That's what I'm going with again. I think we were on the inside there. Good catch by him. It's a good catch.
Hello, James Grant.
Thank you. Counterback, thanks for subscribing. An 07 buck. Thank you. Well, there goes more safety rating. To be fair, apart from the first thing, the first move I did, which was me, my brake pedal, most of those I think were alright. 3 seconds off the pace though. That was alright. Get me some music back on here, sort my pedal out. Don't know why my camera's not working. Fix that. Why did I turn into on the last corner? Was that you? Were you on the... No, I didn't turn into. I was on the inside. I thought you caught it. That was a good catch. I thought I was all right. Oh bloody hell! We're going. Our safety rating's dropping. I thought we were okay. Oh yeah, no, I mean it was fun racing anyway. It's good that no one crashed. I absolutely murdered everyone at the start, so I should ban myself really. I made the mistake of changing my brake pedal settings just before the race started, and then. We'll sign up to the next one actually. Oh no, you don't want to be in the UK. You're not sure why. Well, a lot of other Sims. Oh, hang on. Going back to Circuit de la Sarche. It's just to do with the engines that they end up licensing and using, and most games tend to hang on. How's the force feedback? It's okay, but it's a bit vague. We'll try the McLaren, why not? Go for it. Try and get this settings right. Yeah, the FTAA subreddit is pretty good actually. Right, here we go. Try it. Hello, Draft. We're just fiddling with some settings here, and then we're going to go back in game, but I can't show this on the screen at the moment. Okay. Oh yeah. Bloody fix this webcam. Well, TC will mostly just be for getting on the throttle and powering out corners. Just put it on 2 and just be gentle with the throttle. Done. Simples. Maybe this webcam is just broken. Wow. Oh, there we go. It's a USB port. Wunderbar. Be back in a second, guys, to get my pizza out of the oven. Oh yeah. How's everyone doing? Chilling. Lidl's flatbread. It's like £2.80. 20% off at the moment. Quite nice. I can't believe I went to the shop the other day and I completely forgot to buy tea bags. I've run out of Yorkshire tea. I'm on the Twinings. Are you filming your wife's arse again? In 3D? Can't debate, it's always travelling. Filming his wife's bottom in 3D. World's #1 bottom, 3D bottom filmer. What do people need to type on YouTube to look at your wife's bottom? What was it? Hello, Paul. Oh, Smith.
Man, Paul Smith. He can be found in a train, driving his train on the tracks,
Driving along on a pathway to inevitable failure. His train departs from the station. Where does it go to? The end of existence. For the train and for the driver and all its passengers. Commanding the journey into the end of the line. Paul Smith, God! Train God! Merely following the rules laid down by the railway system. You might think you can leave the train, but you can never leave the train. It is a ride you will ride to the end, to your inevitable demise, upon arrival in Bournemouth. That's your average Paul Smith train journey. I did see you playing something with nice trees. It looked quite nice. Some like village. The village thing. The misery line. I've got a good tip for you, Paul. You might not know this tip, but the tip is not to change your brake settings to something massively different just before you start a race. Who could have known? Who could have foreseen that changing the brake to something completely different would make it hard to brake into the first corner? Who could have thought? Oh, this car's turning circle. Oh, well done. Hopefully they're paying you more as well. It's good. He's gone from corpse incinerator loader to corpse incinerator department lead. I'm talking about a metaphorical corpse. Happy days. Right, well done though. Can I have a promotion? I want a promotion. I have never had a promotion. I'm jealous. I'm a senior content creator. Oh, thank you. I can't afford to promote myself. Damn it! I've made a mistake. It's a huge flaw. Let's not read the chat and drive into that wall this race. That'd be good. That'd be a good start. That's what happened last race. AI is going to make me redundant. It's obvious that there's going to be AI that can complain about tyre models and things that nobody cares about and force feedback. That's going to be the first... Oh, why? Hello? That's a bit mean. Expect the rear tyres to hold on to the... a little bit more grip from the rears would be nice. Couldn't even cower steer that. Oh, now I get to... I've promoted my car to flat spots. I can't say what we're testing. We're using top secret equipment. I'm an idiot. I was too... Well, we're not getting the lap now, are we? Or maybe we will do. Just going to ignore that. No, it's not about aero balance. You need force feedback to tell you that the back's stepping out so you can counter steer without having practiced the exact same line, but... That's a tale for another time. It's a tale as old as time. AI never does 360s like that, exactly. That's when you know AI will be good, when they could do a 360 through those corners and make it look so stylish and cool like I do. He can only degrade himself. I tell you what, the most degrading thing I did was like a year and 2 years ago, year and a half ago. I walked to the top of the Cologne Dome in Cologne, the cathedral, and that was honestly one of the worst things I've ever done. I mean, it was a nice view, but that is too many steps. You know, it's just too many steps. I am an antichrist. was that Sex Pistols? You did it when you were 8 years old. Yeah, it's not the same because you probably didn't weigh like 300 kilograms when you were 8. So easy mode. It's not comparable. Lifting like as an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds can do like backflips upstairs and it's fine. It's really nice. It's a good view from there. It's a nice building, actually. And they built it really quickly, which is a surprise. No. The Half Dome? What's the Half Dome? Is that a volcano? The Half Dome. It is half of the dome. Half dome. Half pigeon. Half dome. 800 years is pretty quick to build a cathedral of that size, though. Are you judging them? Are you judging their cathedral building skills? I don't think that's very nice. I don't think you could build it faster than 800 years. Worst walk ever. I did walk half up Mount Rainier, which was nice. I mean, I did have a tour bus taking me most of the way, but we'll put that to one side. Mountains are... I mean, the view kind of makes up for the despair of walking up them. I find volcanoes really creepy, though. I don't trust them. Look at this. Oh no, we're going to get penalised. Oh no, we got away. No penalisation. Miracle. Penalised. Avoided. I was looking forward to being penalised. Alright, love, would you like to be penalised? Who doesn't like to be penalised? Red-eyed warrior likes to be penalised. How much fuel do we need, guys? Oh, look at this BMW cheat. We need to try BMW. How much petrol do we need in car for this? Paul Smith, we need Paul Smith to give us a tip, because he knows how to drive car. He knows fuel. He's a proper garage man. Why can't I remember the title? I don't know. 5.3 laps. Okay, we'll do 6. Many fuels. Thank you. I can tell you know what you're talking about. You sound like an expert. Paul Smith's the first person to do the new sim racing degree course that we just started. Hang on. Almost missed the start there. I was like waiting for the timer to go down. Tatty time. And he missed to start the race for the second time. Bloody hell. Coal, butane, propane, petrol.
Formation lab has started.
We've had him on the beaches. Nothing makes me excited for a race like a depressed race announcer. Wow, it really gets me into the spirit of the excitement of GT3 racing. That's what it's all about, guys. Boy, I'm so glad I spent £270,000 on my drive in this series. Money well spent. Some might say there's better things that money could be spent on than luxurious GT3 cars racing around tracks. Nonsense.
Green flag. Green
I was out of line! I don't even know what it means, but I was. You're out of line.
Okay, let's go.
In the sandwich. What a move. That's how it's done, guys. What's the quickest way to earn a small fortune racing? Is it to start with a large fortune? That's the joke. Three wide. Dry wide. Oh, they just drove into each other. Naughty. Ah, they say you cut the track. Come, Mr. Flashy Flashy. Give me a bump. No. What is he doing? Is he trying to pit manoeuvre me on this corner? I think he might do. Oh, my braking was terrible there. Latest. I don't have any thoughts, Matt. I don't have any thoughts. I'm not allowed to think anymore. Can't complain, early access. It'll run in VR because it runs at 120 and 4K on my system with a 3080 Ti, so it should run all right in VR. On a Quest 3 at least. What? Fair enough. Probably should have defended that a bit better. Where's he going? Fair enough, it worked for him, whatever he did. BMW seems to be the meta. Oh dear. Well, that's a track cut. Oh, it's alright, it's only one. BMV. I'll eventually get used to my braking again. I keep changing my brake. I know I normally stick to Porsches. They normally have more oversteer and drive better. Oh, he's parked it on Apex there. Fair enough though, we didn't do anything wrong. Bloody hell, I almost drove into his ass. I think a lot of the German car companies struggled with all the EV stuff. I don't think they're bankrupt, but I think there's, in terms of the mass market stuff, there's a lot of complexity going on. The line I took through there was certainly not the best. I went 4th place. Didn't even realise. It was bloody slow through there. We are a team. I don't know. It says it on the back of his car. Good luck. Could have broke a bit later there. Could have forced an accident. Just stay on the inside, squeezing him. Good fun. Bollard! What a bollard bounce. Too wide. You don't go too wide in the kink. It's a nice little race, this. Not bad. Wide. Good driving. What are the advantages, disadvantages of subscribing and unsubscribing? All of them. It's just a very big waste of time, to be honest. But so is this channel, so you're doing the right thing. Yeah, LMU is R-Factor 2 engine, but with a different tyres. Same tyre model, but like a different tyre, and they've done more development on it. But think of it as like R-Factor 2.5, but just endurance cars and World Endurance Championship license. Because what happened was R Factor 2 was okay, but then Max Verstappen told everyone to uninstall it. And so no one can argue with Max Verstappen because he's a real race driver. So, so everyone had to uninstall it, and the developer was like, oh shit, Max Verstappen's told everyone to uninstall it, so they had to come up with a new name so that Max Verstappen has to tell people to uninstall this now. That's true. That's actually a true story. Because sim racers can't think for themselves, basically.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the.
But Max
one
Verstappen did
of
everyone a
the-
favour.
or not the best simulation to practice,
'Cause
like, even F1.
R Factor 2 was a bit rubbish, so he's actually helped everyone. God bless Saint Verstappen of Stroopwafel. The legendary man of waffle. I think generally Max seems alright, to be honest, because you know, he likes AC, so I trust him. I don't care about his Formula 1 career. Who gives a shit about that? He likes Assetto Corsa, so there you go. Trust him. If you load up a GT3 car in iRacing after playing this, it feels like you've gone back to the 90s, or even worse. Don't get me started on iRacing again. We just got past that. Bloody hell. Think about the viewers. They don't want to know about how bad iRacing is every live stream. Whoa, look at this. This is a good race for a straight bit of French road. Well, if Evo ends up being good, then he'll like it. So, at the moment, you know, he's not making that without hitting me unless I'm letting through. There we go. And there we go. He went in a bit deep there. I thought he would. Look at this jump. BMWs! There it is. There it is. Oh, it's just like being on the motorway. BMWs. Typical BMW drivers. None of them indicated before crashing into each other. A tale as old as time. It's nice to see. I'm in second place. In fairness, you have to keep in mind that BMWs have magic suspension that causes the cars to do weird stuff, so... Yeah, well, that's what it is, Tayson. It's the brain damage I got from COVID. Means I can only talk about 3 topics on loop. It's all right for live streaming because people watch for 10 minutes until you say something bad about their video game of choice, and then they go away anyway. But they've already watched 10 minutes of adverts, so it doesn't matter. It's just perfect, really. Oh! We have one more lap. Let's hope P1 crashes. It's a BMW, so it's quite likely. This is great. I'm recording B-roll here of the for the hardware that we're reviewing and testing. So this makes, when I do the video, I'll put this in the video and people will be like, "Oh, he's in second place. He must know what he's doing." No, all the BMWs crash each other. But no one needs to know that. The curse of knowing one is right. Ironically, if you're right, you're probably wrong. Scientifically supported as well. Right. 17-second gap, that's how far off the pace we were. We're getting faster. I do find in LMU, I'm not sure how much of it is the physics or the force feedback, but it's hard to find the limit in a sense. Like, so the thing is with AMS1 and AC1, because they're quite simple, especially at the limit, they're quite simplistic. They're overly simplistic, but that means it's like quite obvious to find and be on the limit. But I mean, it's still quite tricky for most, you know, if you're racing, and there are times where, you know, you still have to balance the car, especially if you're on a tight line. So it's not that it's like stupidly easy, but it's just quite easy to find the limit. Like the slip as well is quite large, so there's a very defined, oh, you're on the limit, which is really satisfying, to be honest. Like I think you could go, oh well, it's too wide and that's unrealistic, but it's actually really fun. And really satisfying, and you get the good force feedback for it. And then when you're in a race, you're still having to balance quite precisely. Do you know what I mean? If you're side by side with someone, you're not on the racing line, you're still having to like make up as you go along. So in a sense, I think sometimes having a more simplistic limit or slightly wider limit, not AMS2 wide. AMS2 is just bloody weird though. Also, actually, the limit in AC, it's not like it's that different from iRacing. It's just that it's controllable. Some of the cars are quite snappy, but yeah. It's interesting, just from a gameplay perspective. I wonder with this, if it had much more detailed force feedback. If at the moment it feels like the limit is really like it's because it is, the car's really controllable and slidey, but it feels in terms of force feedback, it's like, oh, it just disappears. So it makes it feel like the limit's not something you can really play with so much or find through the force feedback. But I think this has, which is certainly more widest controllable slip than ACC, but yeah, ends up feeling narrow due to the lack of range in the force feedback. It's weird. So I wonder if I mean, supposedly they are doing some stuff to try and get more force feedback details. So. Yeah, especially when you really notice it is when you're going slow, and so when you're at high speed in this, obviously the wheels are loaded up and it's quite a simple situation, and so the grip loss is going to be quite slow as well. You know, if you're going through like the long corners at Spa, it's that actually you get reasonable force feedback, but that's not the kind of situation where you really need that much. To be fair, you don't get that much for the rotation, but for understeering stuff you do. But it's the low speed corners and the slower corners where you really need the really fine force feedback detail to know exactly that you've rolled the car just onto the limit just right. But in this, I feel like you want to go into corners slightly faster and then sort of understeer, roll the car, like you get the car into a little bit of a bait slide, and then use the slide that's happening as a reference rather than the force feedback in your throttle and your steering input. So in AC1, you're the one that's in control of the car. Like you're not falling back on the tire physics to do the driving. And it's a real world driving style. You see people do it all the time. Is that so even with like go-karts, they will drive onto the front tires more, because what they're doing is they're allowing the physics, just the underlying real world physics, the tires, to work out where the grip is for them by going just slightly over the limit, and then the tires will re-bite when the grip's available. So it allows you to basically not have to think about it. You're letting the tires and the physics do it. At the cost is that it wears the tires out, and I think it's fractionally slower. It depends on the car, so it might be faster in some cars, but I think it's slower than being absolutely on top of it and balancing it, especially with rear-wheel drive cars where you can rotate it. But I think a lot of sim racers do that technique of basically allowing the game, the tyres, to do the grip management and to manage what's available for them. And so they don't really notice the fact that it's missing the detail, because they don't need it. They're not using it. Yeah, G25 is pretty vague with a lot of sims, to be honest. It's just because it's only got 2 Newton meters, so. Generating results. Yeah, it's a shame. If you've only got like a G25, you need to play like Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, and the original Assetto Corsa, because they actually do give really good detail, even on low-end wheels.
The pace car is out of control.
Ah, second place, guys. Second place. We still lost safety rating, but I was doing really good. 6 contact. Hang on, contact with post. That's because another driver knocked it into me. That's not fair. It's a well good way to penalise people. Well, been absolutely scammed there. Yeah, Moser R12 is quite nice. That's what I'm using right now. We need to swap this over with the other one. Oh, we can do the Algarve circuit again. Oh. Car in front's the leader. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's hard for them to tweak it, but I think they could do with. Thanks for following. They could really do with making it so that light contacts don't penalise you so much, because you can actually have quite a lot of light contacts in this with nothing happening. I think I might do the Porsche again. We were doing alright with that. Right, let's do some more tweaking here on our. I'll turn this replay off, recording off. Yeah, I mean it's no safety rating system is ever going to be totally perfect. You're always going to have some unfair stuff. That's just how that it's more important that on average you're not unfairly penalised. all of what's this? Oh. I don't know about you guys. I like having a brake pedal that's like a little bit soft and then gets hard when you get to like 60-70% input. Right. Let's join. You look psychotic. I'm concentrating. Concentrating on what's going on. Looking at the input meter. That's what she said. Okay. Because I'm straining, because I'm pushing the brake pedal. It's quite stiff. End up over braking all the time. Hello, Kevin, Maria. Oh, thanks, Abby. That's great. Appreciate that. Click the like button, guys, if you want to. I don't really use Thrustmaster stuff. I mean, I think the Thrustmaster has a nice, well, they did have a nice niche with the T300. Like, it was a really good price wheel with changeable wheel rims, and you could get like a Formula rim and a round rim and actually have a really good time with it for like £150 or something. It's actually really good, and it came with pedals that were shit but worked, right? And then now Thrustmaster are kind of like, the pricing is more in the Fanatec range, but the wheel rims aren't as good as the Fanatec wheel rims, and they're not as, and they're also in the price range of like the Moses and the Simajet wheel rims. Like this wheel rim's like what, 200 or something, 250, I don't know. This is amazing. Like I basically end up defaulting to what is kind of the best general thing, and this is what I have on most of the time. So, you know, I don't really get the whole expensive wheel rim thing, to be honest. I can appreciate it in the short term. Like, I've used like GSI wheels and stuff, and they're really nice. And I've used really nice wheels. I'm like, oh, that feels nice. But then it's like, well, yeah, but it costs like $1,000. It's like, okay, so I guess money's not that important for a lot of people. So fine, but. Yeah, maybe I should use more expensive stuff and promote affiliate links. Well, I should do that. I should make more money. I mean, you know, given that World War III is starting, I need to be able to afford to move to New Zealand. So, I just, I don't know. I think I was meant to be one of those people that lives in like a farm. Like a, you know, there's like in the Outer Hebrides or something, lives in a little brick building with a fireplace. I chop my wood up. Occasionally we capture like a squirrel or something for dinner, and I have some Highland cows walking around. I think that's what I would have. That's me. That's what I would have been doing in the past. I'd have been like a hermit or something. Yeah, no, I would live near a river and I'd just go fishing every day for fish. That's it. Because I don't mind doing that. So or by the sea. And I actually really enjoy catching food that you're eating. Is really fun, especially fish. So just do that, yeah. In the past, there was lots of fish. Oh yeah, you could get like winkles and mussels, oysters. There was lots of crabs and lobsters. You know, so I wouldn't want to be a lighthouse keeper. No, that's a bit too extreme. Right, let's do quali here. See? Although, if you limpets, have you ever eaten limpets? They're so chewy. They're really easy. You got them everywhere. You only get like 2 calories per limpet, but they're quite a good survival food because they're everywhere. But they're so chewy. I never really. I tried eating them, and I couldn't really stomach it. Just because they're chewy, and they're really hard to even cut up. So I'm not. I guess you could just swallow them whole. But even if you, I wonder if you stew them for a really long time if they start going soft. Basically, they're the same as snails. You've got a stocked pond, nice. That's cheating, though. Does my back not get sore? No, so I have my seat reclined quite a bit, and I also my sim rig's actually tilted back a little bit as well, and yeah, no, because I have some back problems, so I have to for everything set up super duper perfect for myself ergonomically, so I can sim race for like 12 hours. It's alright. A good thing with this seat is to have it so that you've got the back support, so that when you brake, the pressure's on the whole of your back and not just the lumbar. You can eat limpets raw, yeah, but I tried eating them put them on a barbecue. You just cook them in the shell. Also, I have my pedal position. I have like a foot rest, like a wrist rest. For a wrist rest on a keyboard, I use as an ankle rest. First world problem. Can you not tilt the rig though? So it's more about getting the weight off the lower part. Well, I don't know what your back problem is, but my back problem is when I was 17, I broke my back. So the lower part of my back has like nerve damage. So I just have to be careful of my angles that I have it at. Is it just reclining? That's the main thing. So when you brake, you should feel. Also, it depends how high your pedals are as well, or how low and high they are. And when you brake, you'll feel it on your whole back rather than just the lower part. See, one of the things you can do in LMU that you can't do in iRacing is you can intentionally blip the throttle too hard to rotate the rear of the car out temporarily to then get the car to turn tighter or to manipulate it into a slide, or you could knock it in with the steering. If you do that in iRacing, the grip never returns on the rear and also it'll just slop. So there's just dynamics in this that just don't exist in iRacing. which are pretty basic driving dynamics, to be honest. Like, you can finagle a car around in real life. I don't know about GT3 cars so much, but I would just... Chat's paused, thank you. Well, no, the problem with ACC is just like binary for that condition. So it's like, it gets stuck in a little passenger slide and then that's it, and there's not much you can do with that. Don't be complimenting ACC, it's terrible. ACC's garbage. Garbage time! I've run out of petrol. Petrol. Our bucket seat's worth it. If you if you angle them correctly. I mean, it depends on the bucket seat. I personally wouldn't. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of bucket seats. Unless it's like, you get like the one that's behind me is really good. It's not really a bucket seat. It's more kind of like a more open, more reclined. Like the a really good one. It's expensive, but a really good one is the Sebelt F1 seat they have. That's really good. It's quite an expensive seat, but there's quite a few. You can find them. Not like they're bucket seats, but they're not actual car bucket seats. Like a real car bucket seat, so restrictive. But yeah, if you do have a bucket seat, at least it has a thigh support, which is nice, and you can tilt it back. So again, you can get quite good comfort from them. But recline, like this is a Sparco R33, which is really good. You discovered in ACC that some cars ride over curbs better when you use mini suspension travel. Oh, min suspension. Yeah, well, it's gonna. So for that curbing thing, it's going to depend on a whole bunch of things. How much fuel do we need for this? Oh, I keep forgetting. It's like 45 litres, I think. I'll do 50, don't really matter. Yeah, buckets is meant to hold you in position. Yeah, for junkyards, you can get like some Jaguars have really good car seats, and you can get them in junkyards. They're really comfy, really good as sim rig seats. There's a whole bunch of like the Honda Type R seats, or those types of cars, like those boy racer type cars, but the older ones that you get in cars that have crashed or been scrapped. Quite a few of those car seats that are sort of they're more road car. So I mean, they're road car seats, but they've been designed to be sporty. They're really good, and you can get them in junkyards for like £20 to £50. Sometimes they just let you go in, and you know, yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, it's weird that some cars happen to just have really good seats. The Jaguar ones they're probably really hard to find now, but there was a load of Jaguar car seats that you could get really cheap that were really nice. Also, real car seats tend to be very well made, because I don't know why, but I mean, obviously for spec and stuff, but then like nice materials, like they're way better quality than what you get from a sofa shop, even for like hundreds of pounds. Some car seats are completely terrible, but yeah.
Formation lap has started.
I guess because it's so mass produced. Some like bog standard road car seats for just your like a Ford car, whatever, can be actually really comfortable. We've got springs and things in them. It's time to crash.
Green flag, green flag.
Bit of argy-bargy going on here. People are not confident on the cold tyres. He went right off the track.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh. Why are they always driving into me? Oh, I'm going to hit him! Fuck this game. Yeah. I thought we could turn in. I keep underestimating the amount of understeer that we get in this. I was like, oh, the front. I'll just turn and the fronts will bite. Sorry to that guy. I thought I could just turn and it would turn in, but no, pure understeer. It turns in on the brake, all right. Too wide. It's all right. He. Oh God! Why is he parked in the middle of the road? I mean, to be fair, he's not much you can do. Fortunately, I don't think we took that other guy out. Oh, what is it? What are they doing? If you, in R-Factor 2, if you're the car behind and the car's turning in and you knock into them, it knocks you out, but not them. Which is actually quite, I don't think it's intentional, but it's quite good for reducing frustration. Oh well, keep racing. But it's nice that the damage is low, so it's not game over from a little contact. Hello. If a car is like well alongside you, you can't just turn into them. I never do that. Oh, we bloody flat spotted to death here. What is he doing? Mate, oh, you idiot. He's ploughing me off the track. I had to ignore the brake point there for the car. Lol. Lol. There was a car on my left, so I had to not brake to move out, to not hit the car on the left and to allow him to go through. What was he doing? There's no way through the inside of that. Oh well. Good job, mate. Oh dear. This is real people. This is not AI. This is the online ranked racing stuff. It's good fun. I mean, it's all right. There's a lot of crashing, but I think it's fun. It's fun racing anyway. It's good gameplay. Like, when's the next update for this game meant to come out? We need more updates so I can make more YouTube videos. Tomorrow's Evo update, isn't it? Oh, there you go. Game-changing update. New car, new track. Exactly the same. Thanks for the content. Everyone wants to know what the update is. They can't play it for themselves. They have to wait for an idiot YouTuber to tell them. The hierarchy is idiot YouTuber real world race driver, then idiot YouTuber sim racer, then just like whatever their friends say, and then maybe then they might actually try it for themselves and come to their own opinion. They're hinting at the end of this month. I mean, it'd be nice if they did. I know they were trying to do some stuff with force feedback. For me, that'd be really nice. I think I think it's quite fun to drive as it is. It's just force feedback, really. I know the sort of alien-y guys are probably focusing on other things, but like this is so much better to drive than iRacing. So. This is the thing, I find it weird with like Kunos doing new physics for ACC and Evo and everything else, and it's like, yeah, but AC1 was already 1 billion times better than iRacing, and iRacing is the most popular sim, so clearly, I know that's not how it works, that, you know, sim devs want to just keep trying to make better physics, but it's like, what the priority, if you've already done something better than the leading game, surely it should be other features, but, I mean, what do I know? Porsche GT3. Oh yeah, because they don't have the GT3 car, but the GT and GT3 are pretty similar generally. You know, I know GT3 has ABS, so at least you don't get the lockup issue, but they're not. You know, they need they should put a Formula car in. They should put an F4 car in the game. That's what it needs. Or F3. World Endurance F3 Championship. Or vintage GT cars. Modern GT cars are terrible. Like GT3, GTE, it's all garbage. I'd say the new hypercars, they're actually not too bad. And LMP2 I think is okay-ish, but GT4's crap. Get rid of it. 90s endurance prototypes. Like what? Right, think about it from like a gameplay and gaming perspective. Modern endurance, I mean, like prototypes fine, whatever, but like how much better was it before in the past when you had like the I think Radical did like a really fast car, Caterham did one. There's a whole bunch of them. Like Orica had a bunch of weird prototype stuff in the 90s. Like, it's so shit now. And then all the games have got to copy the current thing because of licensing. It's like, but it's shit. It's like our World War II planes are so much more fun to fly and dogfighting than modern fighter jets. Or like World War II first-person shooters are so much better than modern stuff with all these drones and God knows what. It's way better to have slow firing, like machine gun, Thompson rifle. You know, they're better for gameplay. You know. I know, Jan Jacola, because they're good. There's basically a direct in motorsport and sim racing. There's a direct correlation between if something is genuinely good and how popular it is. So the shitter it is, the more popular it'll be. So like Formula 1 is the shittest thing ever, so it's the most popular. Rally driving is absolutely by far the best thing ever invented. Best motorsport. You can't even argue it. It's just a fact. Like, you'd have to be completely brain dead to disagree with that. Like, it's just the truth. It's not even debatable. Rally is the pinnacle of actual driving, right? If your goal is driving a car. Well, it's the least popular thing. So, motorbikes, much better than cars. No one cares about them. It's all GT3 and Formula 1 shit. School capitalism ruins everything. Oh, I like a Porsche. I like a Ferrari. I know what the logo looks like. Yeah, I know. I know with this, I'm just saying in general. I'm just explaining. Let me complain. Get off my lawn. Well, he was a bit faster than us. Was I leaning on my brake or something? Coming back through, mate. I think I might have been resting my foot on my brake pedal there. Where's he going? You're not going to make that. That is a line. It is one way around the corner.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, R Factor 2 drives quite a bit different to R Factor 1. Like, well, also, oh hello, he's wrong. Back when R Factor 1 was popular, R Factor Central and what have you, it was all mega car nerds, mostly mega car nerds, not like this old GT3 bollocks. It was so actually there was shitloads of people playing vintage cars or random content in R Factor 1, and like for example, one of the most popular cars in R Factor 1 was the V6 Megane Trophy, and Bros Megane Trophy server was one of the most active R Factor 1 servers because it was one of the best cars to race. You can get the mod for the original AC; it's still really good. I mean, it's obviously a different mod, but it's a really good spec of car. It drives kind of like a GT4 car in a full-size car package. Really good fun. Sounds great as well. It's a silhouette car. It's like a race car with like a fake car body over the top of it. But yeah, R Factor 1 was before the GT3 casuals ruined everything. And then basically GTR2, but GTR2 was quite a good game in and of itself, and actually GTR2 had quite a lot of good cars in it. It was before GT3 got really shit. So, you know, this is the problem of being old. You have more perspective. Like nobody could have lived through 80s and 90s Formula 1, or you can't even watch that on YouTube and tell me with a straight face that modern Formula 1 is more entertaining to watch. I mean, it might be more entertaining if you're brainwashed and you're doing it out of tribalism, but out of raw watching a piece of machinery moving around a track, it's just an outright lie if you're going to claim that modern Formula 1 is even like same ballpark. You know, it's my car rant, Formula 1 rant. Type 1 in chat if you agree that modern Formula 1 is terrible and we should go back to like 90s, 2000s, early 2000s, 90s. But Michael Schumacher was winning all the races and it wasn't many overtakes. Yeah, but it was still fun to watch. What's the difference? The difference is that the cars actually, the tyres were less grippy. The drivers were having to wrangle the cars more or could actively push the cars. The cars were lighter and smaller, so you could actually have more side-by-side racing. There would be more yellow flags and mechanical failures, so it would and safety car, so it would draw the field together. So every race there'd be like 3 or 4 safety cars, or at least 1 or 2 safety cars, right? And that would cause the grid to be compacted, which meant that a driver could have a chance to like try and catch a car out in front. So every time, I don't get why Formula 1 does not understand this now. Because it was one of the really entertaining parts of Formula 1 is a car would have a mechanical failure or whatever, there'd be an accident, and you get a safety car, and you go, oh, well, 4 laps of safety car, that's boring. But it was basically it was a way to compact the cars up and remove the advantage of the stupidly better car from the worst cars, and it meant drivers that had some balls could potentially get in front of the other cars. 20 years! So it's really good. Oh dear. The enshittification of Formula 1. Rantau became a muscle. All our viewers are like elderly people that are like, yeah, we remember when it was good. Oh, we hate it now. Well, if you don't like it, why don't you go and watch the old replays? It's not the same. Do you guys normally drive GT3 cars ranting about how bad modern motorsport is? This is the way to play this. Last season was pretty interesting. Shut up. No, look, I'll give you this. You still will get entertaining things happening in modern motorsport, just as you do in like anything, purely because the stakes are high. So it's like even the shittest spectator sports like poker is the worst thing to watch as a spectator, but the stakes are high, so it makes it compelling to see who's going to win and how they react to that and stuff. So even with Formula 1 could be the shittest sport ever, but it's still like interesting to see who finishes where or you know what happens, right? That's because it's an event, but that's not really a commentary on the objective components or what's actually happening, if that makes sense. I shaved the dashboard. It makes it look better. But we haven't had an overtake for like 10 years, so you can't say overtaking was rare. It was like, okay, but when there was an overtake, it was an overtake. Whereas now, it's someone's pushed a button. Also, overtaking doesn't matter. Like, it's not the overtake that matters. It's the process before the overtake and how much of a challenge it is. The actual overtaking is completely not I don't get the fixation on that. Like, how do you... It's not fun. The fact that there's been an overtake is meaningless. Yeah, it's really, really rare, Kevin. And then the problem is that the drivers can't actually push because it push if they use the tyres up at all, it damages the core strategy. So there's no actual benefit in pushing and using their talent, because that will be negated by the overall strategy and the amount of time it takes to pit and do everything else due to the way the tyres operate and all that kind of stuff. So they're just de-incentivized from racing. And then, as I say, the cars are too long anyway, and the way they go into the braking zones mean that there's no point.
The pace car is out of control.
Like, there's the amount of wear it puts on the tyres following close behind a car effectively makes it pointless strategically. So you only ever see like actual overtakes and racing from drivers that are way further back, or the older drivers that just don't care and they're just having fun. But superficially, for people that don't know what's going on, it seems like it's okay. So more fans don't kick up a fuss when they really should be going mental, but they don't because they don't know any better. That's the trick of it. Right, that was alright. That's good external sounds. Thanks for everyone for following. Welcome to new subscribers. If you want to keep in touch with our videos. You're talking about the wings, but they will add system like DRS. Yeah, they're having a full track. So what they're changing it to is a automated DRS system, or like a thing that you can more like a push to pass type system. But the problem is that the cars are just too big and heavy because they've wanted to go down this idiotic electronic path thing. It's like it's it's so dumb, it's so stupid, because Formula One, they drive they fly the drivers all around the world in private jets. That's killing the world, not the race cars. And then the factories, okay, that is the race cars, but it's factories. But then all the lorries, and then what about all the fans coming to the racetrack is a little bit more significant than the race car. And then there's this whole BS thing about the absolute BS about trickle down. We develop stuff in the Formula cars and it goes into the mass market, which is bollocks. There will be some stuff for sure, but the vast majority is not coming from Formula One. It's coming from like actual R&D departments within the car companies specific to the specific type of vehicle that's being developed. It's not the 50s anymore. It's not like Formula One is developing the fundamentals of aero that will then be applied to modern cars, or the fundamental of hyper efficient batteries. It's like there's other industries. There's the entire computing space, logistics, data centers, everything that uses batteries is a far bigger industry under pressure to come up with more efficient ways of doing storage generation, batteries and all this stuff than bloody Formula One. So it's so stupid and people lap it up. So I don't get why they don't just go, right, well I do get it, it's just corporations screwing everything, late stage capitalism. It's just business. Yeah, exactly, Star Fox. We'll all be driving highly aerodynamic road cars at 120 miles an hour. Zero use MOSFETs. What's that? Near zero use. How does that work? Every car will have a halo. Yeah, like, to be honest, the parts of Formula One I think that would be beneficial or probably do trickle down are probably aspects of fast iterative design, like how they do, like they'll use like CAD and stuff, but it's not to do with like the cars being electric. It'll be the nimble industrial processes or logistically organizing how the teams are organized and stuff. Hello, Only Sims. Saw my video comparing this to iRacing. I'm sorry. Yeah, downforce makes every car more efficient. Oh, yeah, it's a shame that people will uncritically lap it up. And so if Formula One says, oh, yeah, we're doing it for green, it's like, well, okay, if you genuinely care about the environment, which I'm sure there's a lot of people in the companies that do, but if you really, really 100% cared about the environment, you wouldn't be in Formula One. You wouldn't be in the car industry. If you were like a corporation and you're like, right, we really are passionate about the environment and making humanity better. That's our goal. You'd be doing mosquito nets or clean water or something not to do with like cars for wealthy people. So why pretend? Just make polluting cars that are fun. Don't pretend. Just make it good. If you're gonna kill everyone in a fun way. That's the problem. Not the killing people, not ideal, but if you're going to do it in a good way. Do it in an interesting way. Make it, and be honest. Put on a good uniform, Don't pretend to be a hippie whilst you're murdering everyone. Compute efficiency by 1000%. Well, are they like super cooled or something? My goodness. Entertain us. What can you do, guys? That was another rant today. Did you enjoy that one? Right, what car do we do this time? The Mustang was rubbish. Or BMW, we've not done that yet. Let's do that. All the WEC cars are street legal, are they?
Good job, mate. Good job.
I think you'll have a job because they're going to be very low to the ground. The diffuser's going to scrape along the road. I guess you could raise the suspension. They've got headlights. Got a number plate on them. Yeah, I don't think it'd be very comfortable, but yeah. I mean, street legal doesn't. It's not that. Like it's headlights, isn't it? It's mirrors, headlights, certain type of tyre are the main things, I think. What wonderful AI role models we are. You haven't tried the not existing force feedback pedals on dirt. Yeah, we need to try some dirt. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. You're just making up these stories. I don't know where you're getting this where you're coming up with these stories from. Just you know. I need another cup of tea. You say not existing. Wet cars are street legal. Like I'm Robert. What? Oh, we're going. Yeah, it's good participation in this. So, this is all you need, really, is if you've got like 3 splits, basically, that's a viable racing game. So I think LMU's done a good job, really, to be honest. Like, every hour, there's a race that you can join. And that's the... I think that's the basic threshold for an enjoyable racing simulator. You don't want loads of random servers to join. You just need to know that there's a reasonably decently formatted race every hour in like it could be any car really, but you know, 3 splits sorted. This has got 10 splits, so, and it's only 2 PM on a Tuesday, so LMU is doing really well. What they really need is to release on console because it's a much bigger audience. A really good example of that is, you know, Arma Reforger. You can see when they, on PC, and it's a pretty mediocre PC game, they had like 3,000 players, 4,000 players for ages, and then they did the PlayStation crossplay, and it went up to 15,000 players overnight. And ACC as well, massive audience from just having the console audience. The same, the interest in Assetto Corsa Evo is a large part of it is console players. You'll notice when I do videos and you look at people, look at the comments on like Kirith does like Gran Turismo videos, or if I do like Evo, or if I do games like Wreckfest as well. Look at the comments and you'll see that there's like way more people commenting, and also younger people. It's just a bigger audience. So it's a shame it's quite hard to get these games to work on console, but I haven't tried it with my Quest 3, no. But I think I did when it first came out, but I've not tried it recently. It should work all right. Right. See. Mirror. I don't normally like BMW, so this will be interesting. Got a good dash though, with all the information on it. Oh, thank you.
I am more bald and less informed than ever.
Jason Murphy, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate the support there. Thank you. What's the air thing on the dash, mate? Air. The air cooling. Youth is wasted on the young. For sure. It's all right. When I get to 70 in 5 years' time, we'll have pills that let us de-age. So we're sorted. It's all coming to plan. Is this GT? I think so. I think it's a GTE. No, this is the GT3 on this track. I don't know. They all look the same. They're all bloody the same. They're cars. They're two big cars with too many car systems. Too bloody big of a car. How have we been going for 6 hours? What am I doing with my life? This is how we test equipment, guys. Nobody tests equipment like we do. Nobody puts as much time into wasting their life. Most people have lives. That's the key. I don't. Genius. Can I lock my brakes? Yeah, we'll find out when I accidentally do it. I've got them set up really well though, so I can generally feel where the point where it starts to lock up. I'd highly recommend if you've got tactile transducers, I think SimHub allows you to do this. You can set it so that when you're at 70-80% brake force, the tactile transducers can vibrate. I mean, you can have them vibrate for the actual tyres locking as well, but having them vibrate for the brake force can be a really nice reference if you can't set your pedal up to have a specific feel for that. More tracks should have chicanes like that. I actually think that's quite a good little section. It's a bit silly, but I think it's something that a lot of tracks could have, a little chicane thing like that. It's quite fun. If you're going to have a silly chicane like that where you get if you cut it, you get a big penalty, rather than a wish-woggly pointless chicane. Yeah, crash section. Exactly. It's like the chicane out of a Scalextric track. That's exactly what you need. Look at these trees. Are they 3D trees in this? LMU getting carried away with the tree budget. Look at all these different trees. LMU's like a arboretum simulator. It's also a KFC. Making me hungry. I don't even like KFC. Am I excited for the game-changing Game change. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, we'll have to do a hype stream. I have to say again, I really appreciate Kunos doing early access, and it's really good for me. Like, I really do appreciate it, because it means that we can do like a long live stream. It'll probably get good viewers. There'll be lots of hype. Makes me money. So, really, I shouldn't complain at all. Yeah, exactly. So, thank you, Kunos. Give me lots to whinge about. Yeah, can't complain, early access. Trucking. I can't play Truck Sim. I was saying this to Paul Smith. Go and subscribe to him, Smileable. He plays Train Sim and those sorts of things. And I really like them. But I can't play Train Sim or Euro Truck because I fall asleep. They're just too relaxing. Like, it knocks me out. I start, even if like live streaming, I'll just stop talking because my brain just goes. They're really good games though. It's just really annoying. Need to play Truck Sim with a taser to keep us alert. Well, that's a nice sound. The curbing sound there sounds really good. Ah, track cut. Oh, it's alright. Nobody saw it. Was this the outlap? Good job. Nailed it. Oh no, that was it. Second! Despite driving off the track. Oh, we're almost at pace for the first place car. That's alright. We're getting good. I'll get too cocky. How much fuel do we need here? We're going to turn the force feed back down a bit. It's a bit strong. Just turn it down a little bit. What was it? 45 or something? Not 8 laps, is it? It's 7 laps. All the races are time, but fuel usage are based on per lap. Yeah, it's how they get you. It's how they get you. Well, I've had 2 passenger laps in BMWs, GT4 cars, and they're really like bland. They're like really neutral and just boring, really. But that could be really good. Like, it's still in real life, it feels amazing because you can feel G-forces and stuff. That, obviously, when I was doing it, they were being driven terribly, but. I could see what the appeal would be if you wanted something really easily understandable, not crazy, you know. Yeah, I like BeamNG, but it makes me motion sick, and it doesn't run too well on my system. I should probably play it with the lower resolution. It's good though. I might as well record this whilst we're here. Yeah, I've been tempted to play through it. There's a couple of games I really want to play through. I want to play through Burnout World Tour and complete it, and there's a whole bunch of stuff like GoldenEye I want to play through. I'd quite like to 100%. Yeah, Beam. I think when Wreckfest 2 comes out, I'm not sure if the early access will have single player. But that'd be fun to play through, complete. There we go. Thanks for hitting the like button, guys. Doing all right. We've got 150 people on the YouTubes and 100 people on the Twitches. 250 people with nothing better to do. Welcome along. If you're new to the channel, you can subscribe. But I imagine everyone watching isn't new. I think you're all filthy regs, aren't you? Type 1 in chat if you're new and you're confused. I totally know that people. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I knew you would. Shut up. Chedhead's got a star. Look at that's how I know now. Look, the teapots channel members
Formation line has started.
for like up to like 3 or 4 years or something. The star means someone has genuinely ruined their life on this channel. A star means you've been a member for like over 3 years or something ridiculous. Really, I think I should make it a tombstone instead of a star. Just rip. I did the stars last week, but they look rubbish. I need to think of something else. I wanted something tea related, but I wanted something that stands out. Maybe a teapot with a star. I'll do a teapot with a star behind it. There we go. Yeah. The black teapot with a star behind it would be good. Sorted. Don't know why I didn't think of that when I was doing it. I don't know about you guys, but my brain, if I'm thinking about stuff, it doesn't work. The only time it works is when I'm not thinking about anything. It's really annoying. Thanks for subscribing. Like, my conscious brain is shit. The more I think, the worse it is. It's terrible. It's like a troll. There we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Thanks for subscribing to unsubscribe. That's what I like to see. Oh, I was there. One corner ahead in my mind there. Mr. Auto Parts is getting loose. Let's not lose them. I can't have tea. We've already got a tea bag for something else. I can't remember what we have, but we've got it for something else. They're going to crash, aren't they? The Ferrari. Oh, well, they were braking way too early for that. He's not making it! Oh, crunch! What are you doing, guys? Chill out! Chill out! Oh, Jesus Christ, there we go. You didn't have to kill him, you just killed everyone! You idiot! He just killed everyone! What are you doing? That just ruins the race, you noob! It's fun to race. I mean, it's fun to kill people as well, but it's more fun to race. Kill them at the end of the race, not the start. Good takedown. So about playing Burnout, I I did say I wanted to play Burnout World Tour. That was a good move by him. I'm the BMW. I should be the one crashing everyone. Why are you doing that? What is this guy on? Is this guy going to try and wreck me now as well? It's pretty good until he kills me, but I'm up for this. I'm up for a battle. No battle. Race rival. United Auto Parts. M Ford. Maybe it'd be better to have his name at the top rather than the team name. Wait! Bit too much curb for me there, but it's alright. We brought it back. Ah, you noob. He wrecked that other guy and then he can't even go around the corners. What a noob. Why wreck someone if you can't drive? Oh, that's why he wrecked him, actually. The truth is revealed. He can't do it. Killed. He's a hot lapper. He's a hot lapper. Let's see if we can keep up with this guy. He wrecked most of the field and then can't do a single lap. He's a real sim racer, to be fair. Can't really complain. Pure sim racer. He did his job. I actually paid him off. $34. That's a bit of a personal question. Normally I'm taken out for dinner before I'm asked that. I'd get a wider one. Like 34 inches or 32, 34 inches fine, but you might want a wider one. I would say with monitors, you're better off saving up and buying a better one after saving up, because a monitor's a bit annoying to upgrade. So you're better off waiting, only buying a good one. It's worth spending the money on. That's a great line there. I really want to get an OLED ultra wide. Like 100. I want a desk monitor. Really want to get a gaming monitor for Counter-Strike, because I've only got 90 Hz on my BenQ monitor at the moment, which is a nice monitor, but I really want a fat, like I was saying yesterday, we got 144 Hz on our work laptop, and it's so good for Counter-Strike. And we're using 120 Hz OLED for this live stream, and it's OLED. Once you've used OLED, it ruins you. But 140 Hz or better would be so nice for Counter-Strike. It's actually, I was looking at monitors last night, and it's really there's not that many options, and there's a lot of shit options, but there's not that many good quality options. I think we've got pace to beat this guy, because I'm kind of dawdling here. I'm not really on the limit at all. Yeah, AOC is quite good. I know someone. I think it's AOC. What's the other one? Is AOC the one that does all the monitors for esports. Oh, we're coming! Sony used to do really good screens, but I don't think they do panels anymore. They used to be absolutely epic. Whoa, we're way faster through there.
Time 405.20.
Oh, we just missed that. We'll take the penalty. I'm trying to close in on him, and there's a limit to where we can actually get the grip. Yeah, unfortunately, OLED is very expensive, but you have to think it's. I mean, obviously, money's money, but like for me personally, if I'm buying a monitor, I intend to have it for like 8 years, 6 years. So even if it costs like £600, you divide. If it's obviously if you don't have the money, you don't have the money, but like you kind of have to divide that over all the years that you'll own it, but then also how much you use it. I missed the break point there, but actually it's good because we were braking so too early. Oh, it's on, guys. Could be a win.
Win or bin.
I know his car says turbo on it. It's going to be faster than mine. I mean, really, I don't know the safety rating system, but ideally I'd bump draft him down the straights to help us get away from the car behind, but I don't think the safety rating system likes that. Okay. Bit of cheek there, bit cheeky. Bloody hell. Now I've got my brakes set up pretty nicely now. It's GT3 or GTE. GT3 I think. No, GTE. He's so slow through that section. Oh, the OLED's fine. Stop being weak. The threat of burning is part of the excitement. Look, stop being so weak and wobbly. My screen might be burning. When will it happen? Deal with it. You're going to have like cataracts at some point anyway. Deal with it. I don't want contrast because of the burning. I'm so scared of the burning. What if my screen has burning? Oh God, no. Oh no, I'm going to get penalised. I've got to be careful here. Yeah, if you remember plasma burning. Plasma burning, that was real burning. Those days we had hardcore burning. But OLED burning's pathetic. Plasma burning, you could like, it was like you're taking a photograph of what was on the screen for 2 minutes. You don't even get that anymore. Burning's not like how it used to be. Plasma burning was like the burning that you'd get in a 1970s Formula crash, or a NASA rocket launch type of burning. You don't get that anymore. Is that too soon, guys? Was that too soon? Oh dear. He's on the defense. No, I was thinking the Apollo crew, not the Challenger crew. That wasn't burning. That was blowout. That's so depressing. That was terrible. All the school kids watching it as well, because it's like they had the teachers on it, and it was like, so there were all these primary school children like, oh, rockets! Welcome to life, children. It's so bad. I mean, like, the rockets do not work every time. I'd probably be a little bit reluctant. You were one of the kids. It's so bad. It was in the 80s, guys. It's fine. I can joke about it now, but it was so bad. Like, so bad. What a terrible thing. That obviously bad for the people on it and their families, but all those school kids that would have been watching it, and then the teachers, all the teachers that would have had to have explained it to them. Oh, was the rocket meant to do that, sir? No. It's so bad. Jesus Christ. At least in the 80s you had the threat of nuclear war, which we don't have these days, so it's alright. Oh dear. Get back on track, guys. We're trying to win a race here. What is this line? We've got one more lap. I'm missing everything. What am I doing? I'm inventing new lines. Our front left is cooking. Okay, we're gonna have to send this. No! No, I had to try. Absolutely penalised. Guys, I've been penalised. Full on penalised. Bloody hell. Straight to prison. Hang on, maybe we can finish in the pit lane though. Ahead of everyone. Michael Schumacher style. It's on, guys. Get the pressure on this guy. Overtake him and finish in the pit lane. Genius. No, you buy... I've been using these OLEDs with the same thing on the screen for like 4 years. They're fine. So the OLED burning thing is like, yeah, if you're using Excel spreadsheets or Word documents, it'll be a problem. But if you're playing video games and films, it's fine. Red card. Oh, we've been scammed. I don't think he knows we've got a drive-through. It's good racing. We're keeping him on his toes. Sada by Sanadu! He's like fighting for his life. I'm just playing with him. Where's the pit entrance? No! Where's the pit entrance? I don't know where the pit entrance. Oh, it's over here somewhere. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. I knew it was somewhere there. It was somewhere there. I just didn't know where the pit. I've never driven into the pits before. Oh no. Ah! No! I'm doing a penalty. Why is it not working? Ah, oh, jeez. Right, that's a DQ. We'll just go across the finish line. Why am I stopping? Because I got a red card. Is it a drive-through? Oh. Oh, we could have. I don't know. I've never done it before. It was all right. Oh, I could have just kept going. Oh well, it didn't matter. We finished in 8th. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I just had a red flag on the screen. Red flag to me means stop. I listen to the flags. I follow the rules. Yeah, it's all right. It's good fun racing. Great driving by. Well, not great driving by that Ferrari that killed everyone, but great driving by the other BMW. It's good fun. Yeah, but there's different rules. Like, you know, if we all played by the same rules all the time, it'd be nice and easy for me. That's good fun. Let's see if maybe we've got some safety rating there, because I don't think we had too many contacts. Yeah, we'll try and do a stream tomorrow for Evo. Careful. Let's just stop this. We're testing some new hardware out. We did iRacing the other day for like 11 hours, and then we've been going at this for like 7 hours. So this is so much more fun to play than iRacing, though. I think. Well, for GT cars, I think iRacing F4 cars quite fun, and iRacing Formula Ford and F4s, it was all right, but iRacing GT3 is terrible. Oh, we didn't. What happened here? We just nothing. Oh well. What companies need to do for monitors is they need to make a wide monitor that's like 40-inch wide, but then taller. Not like a TV though. So like this. That would be perfect. Tried your AC settings for the Moser. Changed the game. What settings did I do? Yeah, like a thinner 45-inch OLED. But then the problem is you're getting outside of a standardized size, so the panels end up costing more. So that's why. But like, yeah, if you just had a 45-inch screen, but it was more curved, that would be perfect. Bobby, I think it's to do with how they do the panels. So they might, for the ultra wides, I think they might actually cut a. So you have panels, and then when they produce the panels, there's broken bits or shit bits, and I think they can actually cut the panels, and so it's probably that the ultra wide is probably one division of like a 70-inch screen, or like. And they could divide it into 3 equal parts or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting, actually. But I'd imagine that's what's going on. Because they have pretty standardised process for producing the panels in the factories. But I might get another bit of pizza on here. Good. This has been good. Thanks everyone for following. Subscribe if you like sim racing stuff on YouTube. We're on Twitch as well. We do videos on YouTube if you're watching on Twitch. Is the DLC worth it? I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, I can't show my settings. Yeah, I just use the same settings in this really. Right, yeah, no, I've done that before. It can work quite well, but the problem is some games don't do like G-Sync or V-Sync doesn't work properly in like windowed modes, and sometimes you end up with worse performance weirdly. So I did that for a while and it worked really well, but then I just went back to using full screen 4K. But yeah, the curve thing is like it's a shame that. So for like TV watching, a curved screen is actually crap. But for a computer monitor, a curved screen is quite good. It's because you're sitting close enough that the curve actually makes sense. But it's a shame that it didn't really catch on because buying a TV is much cheaper than a comparable monitor. You've had both the Samsung 49 OLED and the LG 45-inch OLED. Yeah. But also, I think 4K is overrated in a sense. Like, because I have 4K, I'm using 4K screen here. I would rather have native 2560 or something lower than 4K but higher than 2560. But native will look really, really good, but run better. The problem with 4K is it's so many pixels. It looks great, but it's really hard to run. So you'd be better off having fewer native pixels, because you're still, even at 4K, you're still going to run 2x MSAA. So I think that would change once you get to like 8K. You wouldn't run any anti-aliasing at all, because you can't. The pixels are already so small that it automatically naturally anti-aliases the image. So but then, mind you, 4K with DLSS might actually be better in terms of getting clarity. I've got an itchy back, like a bear. Itch your back on the chair. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You just said what I was saying. Yeah. But then to do 4K with Unreal Engine, you have to. You need like a 4080 or something. No, it's not about the DLSS being the exact right for the resolution. It's more just about the fact that the high resolution offsets the blurriness that you get from DLSS. Yeah, but even if you use DSR, all those things, if you're used to PC gaming and you're used to a crisp like multi-sampling MSAA, and you're used to how that looks, that clarity of texture, the sharpness, DLSS, DLAA, TAA, they all look absolutely shit. If you've got good eyesight as well. A lot of people don't have good eyesight, so they're not going to notice, but yeah, if you've got good eyesight, it's really obvious. Yeah. You're blessed by having bad eyesight. You could use cheap VR headsets and you'd be like fine. I have really good eyesight. So I know, so it drives me mental. Like, I don't know how people can play games with like DLS. Well, to be fair, the new DLSS isn't that bad, and on the grand scheme of things, it's better than TAA for a lot of types of games. So, you know, for like flight sim and stuff, it's not too bad. But there's certain things that just, it gives me a headache. It's like a concussion. Like, you can see it. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just going to put some more pizza on. Another quarter of pizza. Yeah, DLSS 4 is a big improvement, but you have to, you really have to, you have to force it on a lot of stuff at the moment. Oh, back in a minute, guys. myself again. Oi. Here we go. Well, the best thing about LCD, not LCDs, CRT, is that you could get a suntan as well whilst you play games. Beautiful. That's always a good feature. We're going to start at the back here, guys. My big plan. The back plan, it's called. Well, I think the bigger thing that's with the graphics at the moment is that... as I said before, if you ever played Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 4, if you ever play them on a if you ever play them on a 4K screen, they look incredible. Like absolutely mental. And the problem now is that developers using Unreal, they just want to use nanite and all the like dynamic lighting and all the putting loads of objects and details in. And really, you don't need it. Like, the reason they do it is it looks good in screenshots and for marketing material, and people are like, "Oh, it looks real. Oh, look at the lighting." But from an actual playing the game perspective, it's not needed at all. So and actually I think playing like Battlefield 4 at 4K with 2 or 3 times AA, the end result actually looks better than the newer games with DLSS and all the other crap on it. Unreal Engine 5, it just depends. It's down to the developer and how they use it. So if you have too big a game environment, so if you have too many objects, or if you have too much detail, it will obviously run. It doesn't magically. It can't magically do. You know, it does have a lot of stuff for optimization and dynamic optimization, but it's not magic. So the problem is the developer still needs to think about it, but Unreal is kind of sold under the idea that they don't, which is a bit unfortunate. And then also, I do think certain like Unreal Engine has never been really good at doing very large environments. It's always been good. It's good at doing small environments or individual things. It's funny they market it though. The whole marketing behind it is, oh, build as much detail as you want, photogrammetry. Stick it in and the game will run smooth. Billions of polygons. It's like, oh, okay. Let's go.
Formation lap
Oh,
has started.
From the back, last to first challenge. Catch up. We got this. Slow down. Catch up. Slow down. Make your mind up. I'm ready. Here we go. How many places can we get at the start?
Green flag, green flag.
Let's go. Why do people turn into you when you're well along the inside? There's even a car crashing next to him as well.
Lap 157.09.
Let's go. Glorious 7th here, not bad.
Lap 146.44.
Bloody hell. Grip says no. Sometimes you have to find where the limit is though, don't you, you know? Oh, this is a really nice track. A good flow to it. I wouldn't know, Turge. I wouldn't be able to review something that I don't have, so wouldn't be able to comment on it. What a shame. I don't even know when I can talk about stuff either. Not being given any dates or anything. Hopefully not too long. Hello, Taka. Oh no, he's been binned. Nice clean move, surgical strike that. That was a surprisingly non-physical overtake. I think he kind of realised we were coming through because we had such a good run off the previous corner. Very nice. Very nice. Can we get a podium?
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks, Redumer, for following. Welcome. No, I've always quite liked LMU. I think its force feedback's not so good, but its handling's all right. You know, it's very drivable. It's a lot better than iRacing. Netcode's good. I've always been a sort of general fan of R Factor 2 stuff, generally speaking. Like, its aspects of it obviously very good, but it's just a bit lacking in force feedback. But the online and the structure and all that kind of thing's good. And that's the main thing for a driving game. It's the main thing is being able to actually jump in and race, and I think this does a good job of that. It's a bit limited in its content at the moment, but oh, great line there. Well done, mate. There's lots of people joining it, lots of splits. It's a shame it's GT cars, but you can do. They've got LMP2. We need to try that again, but I didn't really like the force feedback or the physics of them too much. It's a shame because I prefer that type of car, but it's a bit weird in this. Well, I don't really play motorbike games. They don't really make much sense to me because you have to learn the track super hardcore to play them good. Bloody hell. I see. Oh dear. Yeah, I just think the force feedback needs to be better in this game. And unfortunately the LMP2 and hypercars, the force feedback's even worse than the GT, GTE and GT3 cars. So I drive from the force feedback predominantly, so for me it's a big thing. The force. Use the force. Car behind is driven off the road. Well, it doesn't have much detail in the force feedback, so I don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe you just like strong detailed force feedback. But, yeah. Go and play some AC with the wheel setup wheel, and then come back. Then get back to me. I think they are working on improving it though, so. It's ahead in every aspect. Well, it's not in force feedback. Some aspects of the tyres are, but some aspects aren't. Suspension, yeah. Audio, it depends. Like, aspects of it, for sure. But performance-wise in VR, not so much. The track models are really nice. Yeah, but this is technically older than AC in that this is based on R Factor 2, which came out in like 2012 or something. AC came out in 2014, so the argument that AC's old is kind of a flawed argument. You know, they're just different. They're all different models and ways of doing things. This definitely does like tyre wear, tyre heating, a whole bunch of like dynamics, way better than AC. But then this also has like some weird, there's some like weird R Factor 2 baked slide conditions and like weird inconsistencies to the dynamics of the vehicles, like some of the lower speed cornering stuff, lack of detail in the force feedback. There's a whole bunch of stuff. This does but it does. All the sims do different things. Like this passes a threshold. Aside from force feedback, this passes a good threshold of the cars driving like cars. To be honest, for me, that's ideally that combined with force feedback is good enough. The issue we have with a lot of sims, like iRacing, the cars do not drive at all like cars. They fundamentally don't move like cars, and the force feedback shit. So, you know, like to me, Wreckfest is fine. It's not completely realistic, but you know, lift off oversteer, throttle oversteer, trail braking, can turn the car on the brakes. Cars move around. They don't get. You can counter steer and hold. It does have a little bit of a baked power slide type dynamic to it, but you know you can counter steer and hold a bit of productive slip. Don't quite do drifting properly, but it's on dirt, so it doesn't matter too much because cars tend to just be sliding anyway. You know, there's that. BeamNG for the most part, it's a bit weird at the limit. It's a bit simple at the limit because the tyre model's a bit weird, but you know. You can sort of drift in it. You can hold slides. You can counter steer. You can force feedback tells you what the car's doing. AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, Live for Speed, AC1. they at least tick some of the basic boxes, even if they still have sort of some physics holes and things in them. iRacing has issues in it that were fixed 20 years ago. Like you can't flick a car into a corner. You can't intentionally hold slip that's productive. You can't. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It just like really basic parts of driving that you can even do in a rental go-kart. It doesn't let you do because it's so narrow in what it allows. You have to just drive on the brake. That's it. Just entire brake driving. It's mental. So that's my thing. Like Race Room as well, that's good. They might be more or less realistic in different ways, but at least you can drive the cars like cars. Then I'm fine because I'm not going to use them as a simulator. I'm not using these to train real driving, so it doesn't need to match up to a specific car. It just needs to be believable. I just have it because it's got competition and also a lot of people have got used to how it drives, so it's fun. It's a fun game. iRacing's fun to play, so that's the main thing. It's entertaining. It's really fun trying to get iRating. You've got races all the time. There's lots of different cars. It's got oval, so it's fun. Yeah, it's nothing to do with like that. That fun doesn't come from the car's handling. The fun comes from the competition and the voice chat. Well, no, Swolio is a good driver. There's lots of people that drive lots of stuff. Swolio used iRacing to sell driver coaching, which allowed him to make enough money to do real-world motorsport. So yeah, he did use iRacing, in fairness. iRacing does have an audience of people that are willing to spend a lot of money on driver coaching. But Swolio's a talented driver, like James Baldwin, like Igo Fraga, Bono Hewitt. There's loads of them, and they all play different sims. They would be good in anything, and they would all do very well in real life. But real life success in real life motorsport is not to do with skill; it's to do with how much money you've got.
Time 146.85.
So, yeah, exactly. There's people doing loads of stuff. Yeah, it's all of the driving games pass a threshold where the basic aspects of learning racetracks, being precise, being focused, pay off to real life. The thing you have to keep in mind that only in maybe like F2 and F1 and some other series, like some specific series, the skill level in real motorsport is really piss poor. Like if you were to compare it to football, tennis, whatever, the skill level is really shitty. Like, but the problem is people don't realise because they're like, oh, it's a race car, so they're really good sports people. It's like, well, no, actually, most people doing motorsport are just wealthy people. But it's this big like myth, and you can see it. It's borne out. Like you can go and look at the times in races. Go and watch like F4. There will be like out of a 15-car grid, there'll be 3 cars at pace, and the rest are just so off pace. It's absurd. Like they're not even vaguely at pace. So and it gets even worse. watch like, oh no! Ah, my fuel! We made it! Oh no! Did we have another lap? We made it. Probably could have done with some more fuel. Yeah, go just. Oh, well, it's all right. You watch loads of like touring car stuff and support races. Junior Ginetta, they're not good at driving. There will be a few people there that are really good, but there's normally that's what tends to happen is you have like 2 or 3 drivers that are genuinely good drivers. The rest is shit. Like if you had if you were to take like mediocre sim racers that have got basic technique down, that are like reasonably decent, and you were to give them 6 months of training, they would absolutely rinse loads of real world drivers. So but yeah, like Swolio's obviously a very good driver. I mean, Jimmy Broadbent's a good real world driver. Super GT's pretty good real world driver. James Baldwin's really good real world driver. All those people, Jimmy's just like a normal person that just enjoys doing driving, has been successful on YouTube and has put money into doing driving or has done sponsor stuff, right? He has managed to stand out compared to a lot of other people, right? Now, Jimmy's great at driving. Good for him, right? I'm pretty sure he would say this as well, so this is why he's a good example. Imagine getting someone that's in their late 20s or 30s, right? And turns up at like a local football game and decides to start playing football. They would get absolutely wrecked. Like, absolutely wrecked. Or if they turned up to like cross-country skiing or 800-meter sprint or indoor cycling or table tennis or badminton, or even at a local level, they would get completely wrecked. Absolutely wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't even be. But the competition level in motorsport is so poor because it's so expensive to take part in. It's only until you get to like national level go-kart, and even then it's like there's a top bracket of people. It's mostly been doing go-karting since they were like 5, but like national level go-karting and like F2, F3, F1, and even then there's people that are shit that have bought themselves into it. This, unfortunately, a lot of people know this. Watch watch what's his name? Who's the is he Spanish or Italian? The what's his name? He's been doing F4. What's his name? He's got a YouTube channel. He does really good videos of him doing F4 races. I've forgotten his name. But watch his videos. He's the most honest. And Alberto Nesca, yeah, right. His videos are the most exposing, honest motorsport videos I've ever seen. Like, because I like watching real world motorsport, like grassroots stuff and things. And I have a few friends that have do like real driving and what have you. And it hardly ever, the reality of real motorsport, the sheer BS around the like tyres, the cost of it, the access to the tracks, the resources from a go-kart level. I know I go on about it all the time because I feel like I can talk about it because I don't ever intend to do real driving and I don't care what people think of me. so I'll just say it. But it's so BS, and it's not generally talked about that much because it ruins the allure of motorsport, which is stupid because motorsport's still spectacular, you know. Yeah, it's silly. But yeah, Alberto Nesca's channel's really good. And you'll see in that there's like 3 drivers. I mean, Alberto's obviously a very good driver as well. But you'll see in those races, that's like is it Italian? It's an Italian F4 series, national F4 series. There's only 3 drivers in that are basically competitive out of a full grid. Which is mental. Like I when I was a teenager, I played football for like just shitty local team stuff, like teenager stuff, like nothing serious. But like, there would be like 50 people my level. There'd be like 10 people that would be at a very high level. you know. And you certainly would not be able to turn up to any of those sports in your 30s. Maybe curling you could. I don't know how the myth persists though in motorsport that it's not about wealth primarily. It's really strange to me how it manages to continue, given how obvious that it's skill as well, but it's wealth primarily. You're afraid to try iRacing. iRacing's good fun. Oh, look, we got some safety rating now. That's good. iRacing's good fun. It's just not very realistic, that's all. But it's good it's still good as a training tool in that it's so like you have to be so precise on your braking. It really magnifies being hyper precise on brakes. So we did a video about this, saying the unrealistic parts of iRacing are good for training. If you were someone that typically was a bit brutal on your brakes or you didn't trail brake properly, you will you will lose so much pace in iRacing or not be able to drive around it. The iRacing will force you to hyperfixate on your braking. Also, because you can't drive over the limit properly in iRacing and just catch it or drive off it, it forces you to learn how to drive in a very preemptive way, and it forces you to gain pace by driving a very methodical racing line, which is a good thing to do in any sim or any real car. But iRacing forces it with no choice whatsoever. So it forces you to actually do the fundamentals, basically, which is a really good thing. The unfortunate thing is, from a gameplay perspective and a realism perspective, it's really unrealistically punishing. Another example of that is the car contacts, because there's like, if you touch another car, it pushes the tyres over the limit. Wrecks them pretty much straight away, unless they know about some other tricks you can do. But because the car contacts in multiplayer, not single player, but in multiplayer, the contacts are so over the top, it means that you have to be hyper aware of the position of other vehicles, which is a good skill to have if you were going to do real driving. It's good to know where other people are likely to be. It's great. Yeah, no, I sort of think. I think it is genuinely. It's not a comment on realism, but as a training tool for a specific thing, it's like those action walls. That's a really good way for training, like being open to movement and aware of stuff. You know, woo, gotta be quick here. I'm gonna do BMW again. Yeah, and iRacing is good for if you want to do a quick race in a Formula Ford, MX5, F4, Super Formula. There are lots of GT3, LMP2, and big events. It's great. Why would you be friends with Game Tech UK though, Matt? Jason's like evil. You can tell because he wants a pinball machine, but he won't get one. Guys, you should go and subscribe to Game Tech. Actually, he's really good. Chill channel. He's older than me, so he's more relaxed, and he's had kids that are old as well, so that's chilled him out. He used to go around. He used to go start bar fights, but he's given that up now. As a 6th generation curler from Lithuania, your dismissal of the athleticism and dedication required to compete in curling is just outrageous. I bet you couldn't curl a hair on your head. Okay. You do see people. So that what are sports? That's actually quite interesting. Sports that people get into in older age. Or come to it older, so like that you have. It's when normally newer sports people come into it like out of the blue. There must be some. I mean, there's that cross country, that thing where you do cross country and you have to shoot the targets. I think you get some older people in that. Bowling, yeah, you get some older people. The problem is, what happens with the sport is,
The pace car is out of control.
as more and more people do the sport, the limitation turns into the physical limitation, which is then turns into an age limitation. So, like, just the margin you get from skill versus just being optimally fit. The advantage you can have from skill just disappears once the sport's been around long enough. Competitive bird watching. Snooker and pool players tend to be like under 40 though, don't they? But I mean, imagine that just comes down to like time that you've got available as well, which is a big factor. Like you just can't. The chances are, once you get to your like 30s, most people, they just don't. They like unless they're mental, like Alex Hanoi or something. Like unless someone's totally mental, they tend to like. You know, they've been doing whatever it is for so long, they're done. Professional hide and seek. I'm not very good at that. Right, let's get this set up for the quality, and then we'll get my pizza as well. Oh yeah, golf, yeah. Oh, I'll be back in a second. Ah! It's alright. I never really understood snooker and pool. Like, I enjoy it, but I've it's not a thing for me. I thought that said passion dump. It says passion Dunlop. I thought it just said passion dump. Oh, passion dump. Who hasn't had a good passion dump? I quite like this track. It's a bit rubbish, but I like it. It's a washable wheel, it's plastic. Pizza fingers on the wheel. Yeah, all the DD wheels are fine. It's the game. The game's the individual game's force feedback needs work. Sim racing hardware is amazing these days. Yeah, generally there's been a lot of crashing, but it's been fun, so I don't really care. You can have a lot of contact to this without it ruining you. It's fun to race in this. That's the main thing. It's because you can have a bit of contact, a bit of controllable slip. Yeah, the driving standards are fine, to be honest. Like, not really that much worse than iRacing, but in iRacing, if there's a car contact, or even AC and ACC, if there's a car contact, the cars go mental because of the way they either the netcode or the tyre model. Like in AC and ACC, the cars ping pong off each other, and they also rowboat and skip. So R-Factor 2, LMU, and Race Room have always had pretty good netcode for car contacts, in that it doesn't ruin your race if someone happens to knock you a bit. Like, it's a lot easier to avoid. And damage isn't ridiculously overdone in this either. It's more on the forgiving side, which might be, you could go, well, that's unrealistic, but I think it's more fun. So, because normally it's someone doing something stupid, or they lagged, or they, you know. Well, you need to drive in your mirror. I don't know. I guess I've done a lot of racing, so I'm pretty used to avoiding people. Or like, always put your car on the inside of corners, and there's a whole bunch of stuff to do. I'm sure you know. I'm sure you'll find, like, maybe you're just being unlucky as well, but... I like how this track looks, just trees and buildings and stuff. Yeah, I do. There is definitely a lot of people driving overly aggressive, but yeah, and you probably will find that more in the top split. It tends to happen that the people in the top split, well, top split in all sims with split systems, often ends up with more crashes than the second and third splits, because it's sort of try hard, have to win at all cost type drivers that are obviously the most competitive, which funnel themselves up to the top split. So then you just have to learn how to wreck them before they wreck you. Put your car in a position so it's more likely to wreck them, or, like, you know, straighten your car up if they're going to hit you. Yeah, it's just it is what it is. Like, it's a shame. Ideally there'd be more moderation, but early access, can't complain.
Early access, can't complain.
Fuel warning. I'm warning you. Yeah, I can't remember when we learnt this track. We learnt the old layout in Project Cars 2, I think, when they did the vintage update. But yeah, maybe in AC1 when they was on LFM, they were running this track. I like Le Mans though. It's terrible. It's the equivalent of, like, super speedway driving in oval. Like, for me, this is like playing Euro Truck Sim or something. I quite like it. It's nice and simple. Don't have to think too much. Not too many corners. It's quite fun just driving with people, following them around. Maybe for live streaming, I like it because I can chat and don't have to concentrate so much. And then there's funny crashes, and I quite like drafting. I like that with oval as well. Where will we finish? The great Finnish conundrum. Sixth. Not too bad, considering we were driving awfully and I had the wrong TC on and the wrong brake bias. It's alright. But how much fuel did we need for this race? Oh, I've turned OBS off. Let's not bother with that. I was going to record the start, but how much fuel do we need for this? Is it 45? Woo! Yeah, we're not doing 7 laps, are we? You fell in love with Le Mans in Race Driver Grid, the day and night side. Yeah, that's nice. And yeah, the sort of feeling of driving through the countryside and then going into the big, yeah, that's good. Well, I think that's enough. I think 7 laps of fuel is going to be enough, isn't it? Will be too much. We'll go for 5 on the TC. Remember to click the like button if you enjoyed this, guys, and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch if you want to. If you want to be kept up to date with when we do videos and things, which we do every now and again. Appreciate everyone watching. Thanks for the channel members for supporting us and donations. Really appreciate that. Keeps us in the sim rig, ruining our lives, so you don't have to. Well, I mean, you can ruin your life by proxy, but... Nisma. Well, I don't know. I think they tried to simulate it, how it works in real life. Like there's like a frequency at which it detects the slip difference, and I think it depends on the setting. I think and also it depends on the car. Like different cars have different cars have different TC and ABS systems in real life, and some are shit and some are good, and sometimes they don't need to use that much TC because the car's easy to drive. Other times they might have more on if it's particularly good, or they need to save the tyres, or there's someone in the team that's shit. So there's, you know, I think it's quite complicated in real life and not a single thing.
The pace car is out of control.
A big problem that a lot of sims have is that TC is always slower. That was a big problem with AC1. Like TC's almost every single car, any TC is slower, so you're better off driving without it. Even with cars where they would always drive with it on in real life. I think ACC actually fixed that. There's different sims fixed it, but yeah, it's just one of those things. Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Okay. And he's out of here. Could do a bit of a switchback on him here. Goodbye. Goodbye. Farewell. He's gone. Yeah, he needs to counter steer a bit sooner, I think. The cold tire seems to catch people out a lot. Oh, changed gear again. Is this the guy we were racing before? I think it might be. We had a good race with this guy. Whee! 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 Good catch. I'll take advantage of that, thank you. What a move! Commentators would be going wild. We need AI commentators screaming. Just Murray Walker all the time. Oh, where's he going? Oh, he's on the grass. And he's through. Incredible driving. And Mansell is out of the Hungarian Grand Prix. There we go. It's Tarquini! If we could ever bring back people from the dead, the first person would not be Einstein, it would be Murray Walker.
8.02.
This track's good for tea drinking. I think that's why I like it. P1's gone, Mr. W. Lamb. Too quick. It's too much faster. There's a house there. That'd be good in the race. Sit on your lawn watching the endurance. A little bit wide there, a little bit wide. Don't mind me. Yeah, I'd quite like to go to Le Mans and 24 Hours of Nürburgring. Maybe I'll go to 24 Hours of Nürburgring this year. I almost went last year and I'm really glad I didn't because it was the shittest one they've ever done. Which is unfortunate because that was the one that Jimmy and Steve were doing and Misha, which is a shame for them. I think they'll do it next year though, which is good. It was shit for the drivers, but and a bit rubbish for the spectators. But you'd be in German countryside, so it's not all bad. And you've got barbecues and fine Germans everywhere. It sucked, but yeah, they kind of they mismanaged it a little bit to, you know. I think. I mean, it's obviously easy to say after the fact. Who knows all the politics and everything behind it? But yeah. So hopefully this year I'll try and go. I'll put it in my calendar. I've always wanted to go. Try and go get some German friends to meet up with us. Good. Tyres are cooked. You slide once through there, the tyres don't the grip doesn't come back. They'd be superheated. LMU does seem a bit sensitive to that. Like, if you push the tyres once, then they, for the rest of that corner, are a bit flopped. I don't know. Maybe that's what the real car's like. I don't know. But it definitely, it's definitely something that stands out quite a lot, quite prominent. With a flash heating effect. What's this bloody pool game conversation in chat? This isn't Pool Simulator, this channel. Hit the like button if you hate pool games. Some good VR pool games. I thought that was a good line. Oh, 0.25. I'm really glad I installed a hi-fi in my GT car. You're on about the Nürburgring 24 hours? I would just stick around in the probably try and go to somewhere where you got a bit of a hillside view, climb a tree, and then just camp out there. I hate people, so I'd probably stay away from where all the people are. Oh, you tit! What was he doing? He wrecked himself. What were you doing? You just ruined my race, matey. Bloody hell, what a tit. Told you it was a crash fest, Nismo. Well, there goes our second place. I got absolutely ramshackled. I think he locked up. I don't know. I don't talk about iRacing. We've got a lap to do a comeback here. On my flat tyres.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, well there you go, that's one place, beautiful. Smoke's quite nicely done in this. This is why I hate sim races. It's part of racing, guys, you have to take it on the chin. You just have to deal with it and enjoy. The advantage of getting spun around is that you then you get the joy of trying to overtake. It's fine. You get to actually race, but it's more fun than driving in second place, really. It's all about perspective, guys, and that's why I never complain, because I always find a positive way to reflect on things. He just drove straight into me. Ferrari driver, he should be in the BMW, we didn't even indicate.
The pace car is out of control.
Goodbye. Can't complain. Am I racing AI? It might look like it, but no, these are real people. Sadly. Tom Bland.
Tom Bland. He will punt you in his car. He's got.
Have you been banned off iRacing again? Tom Bland. The ice cream driver of iRacing. The most famous wrecker of iRacing. How you doing, man? Tom Bland! I'm back in glorious 7th here. By the power of Bland.
He-Man and the...
What was it? Champions of the Universe? I never remember. Blessed be, hear ye. Oh. The Masters.
By the power of Grayskull. Masters of the Universe.
So good. I want to do a techno remix of He-Man. If no gap, make gap. Is that the new? That's the new.
I have the power.
I have the power. The power what? Battery power? Oh, get your dinner on. Hang on, is that the guy that wrecked us in front? I should wreck him back. No, I think we're good. Oh, you idiot! I did such a perfect move around the outside of him, and we're like absolutely perfect on the limit of the tyres, and he just turned straight into us on his corner. Like like, come on. Fortunately, this is R-Factor 2, where that doesn't really end your race, so if that was iRacing or AC or ACC, would have been dead there. Can't park there. Bloody hell. Absolutely punished for driving. Yeah, it does have a nice tone to it, yeah. Can't believe he drove into me though, because it was really nice the line we had around the outside. I just tooted my own horn, but I was surprised it went as well as it did, that's why. Maybe we can get a good run off this corner and get the pass. Bloody hell, there we go. He lost it there. We had a good line-up. Line-up, momentum and power. CFC 35 making holes in the ozone layer. Hello. Sip of the tea for extra power. Here we go. Carnage and overtakes inbound. We're right on them. This is a bit of a Norton recovery drive here. Oh dear, they look like they're going to wreck. Let's just try and be as smooth as possible. There's a slow car as well, so this could be interesting. Try and time this just right. Oh, that's not just right! It'll do! Did that on purpose, guys. How did that work? Might have missed the break point by a few 10 meters there. Intentional. That was entirely intentional. On the limit overtake. Planned, executed exactly how I had it envisioned in my mind. Why are you saying safe? Thanks for filing account. Thank you. I was 100% in control of the car there. Now, it might have looked like we completely missed the break point, and then we locked up, and then we kind of lost the rear, and then we kind of spun a bit, and then we kind of accidentally ended up avoiding everyone. It might have looked like that, but that was actually just what controlled chaos looks like. When you're at my level, overtakes look like an out of control lunatic that's pushed the brake too hard after missing the break point. Oh, I need to see a replay of that. It was so stupid. Thank you, Filing Account, for the support there. I really appreciate it. Oh, we might get a podium here if we absolutely send this again. What's he doing? Whoa! Why is it pulled over? What was that? What's going on? Podium, pure skill. Why is he run out of fuel? Oh yeah, I put salt in his fuel tank. Genius. Maybe he thought it was a free baguette offer or something. Well, this is a good result. Bins it on the final corner. Easy. Take the podium. I think it's because there's not much force feedback for the rear of the car, and when it starts sliding, it kind of just gets stuck. Right, how do we do a replay of that? How do we do a replay? Can we save this? Or does it auto-save? Right, where was that move? How do we change the camera? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's comfortable. Okay. Yeah, that's good. We were in second and then we got punted. Here we go. Here we go. Just wildly out of control through there. Nailed it. We need to. Why don't we have? Oh, you just keep clicking the button. Oh, helicopter. Look how far back we are. It's so stupid. All I want is to try to press page up. There we go. The classic buttons work. We're so far back. We're so far back from them. It's like 10 meters. Oh dear. Oh my god. We didn't even get a track cut. And then this guy went wide. Happy Christmas. Textbook dive bomb. Yeah, try doing that in another simulator without the wheels getting completely stuck. we were lucky that because we were going so fast, we got past him before the apex, which meant we could straighten the car up to then brake in a straight line. So rather than braking whilst turning, we actually got good braking here, really. So we were just really lucky. Weirdly, if we'd not like absolutely missed the break point, we would have been close side by side and we would have driven into this guy. So we actually, it was so bad it became good again. We were in the sweet spot for terrible dive bomb. The sweet spot of, like, if you're bad enough, it becomes good again. Oh yeah, what happened? Where was the guy that wrecked us? What lap was that on? Oh, it's good fun. You get nice racing in this. That's the thing. Like, the contact does not, even though we were punted, I didn't really care because you can keep racing. The reason why it's so frustrating in iRacing is because you get punted and that's it. Oh, I've got to wait 30 minutes. Because you go, well, that's realistic. Well, I don't think it is, but even if it was, it's a bit rubbish for a game. You'd be so bad, you're good again. I've been following that philosophy for years now. You got 10 consecutive races. Yeah. Well, it was rubbish. Well, that's fair enough. I get it. No, it's early access. Can't complain. Early access. Can't complain. This channel's early access, so don't anyone dare complain. The replay system seems quite nice. They've done a good job with the UI as well, actually. It's nice and polished. I'll be too complimentary. If any LMU developers are in chat, you're shit. Your game shit. You're shit. Fix it. Early access, can't complain. There you go. Redeemed yourselves now. Don't want to be. Don't want to seem unfairly biased. Banned. Yeah, they're a bit tighter. Where did he drive into us? I mean, we've done like what 6 races today, and they've all been pretty pleasant races. It's been a lot of punting and crashes, but it's been a fun gaming session basically, and I think that's the main thing. This is what I always used to feel with Race Room, is like it would be fun, and it's Wreckfest, and I think that's the point. Like, not that you can't have fun with iRacing and other things, but with games in general, doesn't matter if it's a sim or not. Oh, there it is. Let's see. You know, it's like Flight Sim. I really like Flight Sim, but unfortunately, it's a bit shit at the moment. It keeps crashing and other stuff happens with it. So, you know, and that's a game I really, really love. So do you think I might have dabbed my brake? It might have caught them out. I mean, they were so far back. They came off their brake. Hang on. Right, let's have a look here. I mean, they've got an anime character, so that's a ban. Already that's a ban. Right. They're on the brake. Not 100% straight away, but... Oh, maybe it is. It's just a bit laggy. No locking up. They're coming off the brake, you shit. That's their fault. They came off the brake tit. Oh. Well, there goes the server. The evidence was there. Guilty. But I let them off. We got a 3rd place. Beautiful. We lost even more safety rating. Jesus Christ. Well, we're going up in driver rank though, so. Hang on, why does it say 6th? But we came 3rd. Oh, qualifying. Okay, I'm dumb. Yeah, we could watch the replay from the main menu, but I ain't got time for that. Oh God, well, not absolutely punished. It's me being driven into as well. What is it safety rating or driver rating that you need to drive in the other with the LMP2? Like what rating do you need for this? Oh bloody hell. Silver. SR. What? We can't drive it. I don't get it. Is there an Ace stream tomorrow? Yeah, I think we'll try and do a hype stream. We'll try and milk Ace for all it's worth. Yeah. I don't know what time they'll do the update, but we'll make a stream out of it. Oh, we need to get B-roll as well. Anyway, that was good fun. I'm gonna have we've been streaming for 8 hours, and I need to not stream for like longer than that, otherwise I get unwell. As we found out with our 12-hour iRacing live stream the other day, it was not a good idea. But that was awesome, guys. I really enjoyed that. We tested out a bunch of stuff. We got some donations from everywhere. Got some subscribers, some new channel members, some followers. Good racing. Great job by LMU developers. Fun driving with the other people on the track. Punted a few times, but that's how it is. I had fun. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll stream tomorrow for Evo, so watch out for that. We'll probably just start early, and maybe we can do some AC whilst we wait for it to launch, and that'd be good. Is Mitchie on at the moment? Who's on at the moment? There's a lot of French people on. Here we go. Who's this guy? Let me send you to this guy who's playing Le Mans Ultimate. Don't know who he is, but let me send you to him anyway. He looks French, so why not? Thanks for watching, guys, and I will catch you soon. See you tomorrow. Take care. Good night. Good night. Bye.